Oh, I was on mute. Sorry. Cynicism and Stoicism. Um, we're going to talk about both of these, the Stoicism and Cynicism of the Black Pill Talk. I got a few links, and we're going to start with the basic philosophy. This is going to be a long one. I might drop the link later. We can discuss it, but I'm going to stick with the topic with Stoicism. It's commonly used in the black pill circles, and we're going to talk a little bit of nihilistic views of cynicism. Okay. Stoicism is an ancient Greek philosophy developed by Zeno of Citium around 300 BCE as a refinement of cynicism. We're going to talk about that a little later because we got a link for that, which teaches the development of self-control and fortitude as it means overcome destructive emotions. It does not seek to extinguish emotions completely, but rather seek to transform them by a resolute asceticism, a voluntary abstinence from worldly pleasures. We talked about asceticism in my last stream, asceticism, right? We talked about it because that was a segue into this topic because I felt like a lot of people chose religious pleasures. Someone tried to get on a live stream and he wanted to talk about it, and I think his mic went bad, and then I just like he dropped off. But oh well. Which enables person to develop a clear judgment, inner calm, and freedom from suffering, which is considered the ultimate goal. Yeah, we talked about asceticism in one of my vids you can check out on the channel, and I went in depth on that. I had a few good links on that one. Stoicism is not just a set of beliefs of ethical claims, but rather a way of life involving constant practice and training and incorporating the practice of logic, Socratic dialogue and self-dialogue, contemplation of death, and a kind of meditation aimed at the training attention to remain in the present moment. The term Stoic was taken from the Stoa Polokai. Yeah, Stoa Polokai means the painted porch or colonnade, where Zeno of Citium used to teach. In modern usage, the word refers to someone who is unemotional or indifferent to pain, pleasure, grief, or joy, and has a little in common with its philosophical roots. That's what it means. And let's read that again. The word refers to someone who is emotional or indifferent to pain, pleasure, grief, or joy, and has a little in common with its philosophical roots. That's what it is. It means you're serious, or sometimes indifferent, unemotion, and sometimes it has a lot of definitions. If you're a true Stoic, as an ethical doctrine, the goal of Stoicism is freedom from passion in the ancient sense of anguish, of suffering. Through the pursuit of reasons, the apatheia or apathy in its ancient sense of being objective, unemotional, and having clear judgment. It teaches indifference and a passive reaction to external events on the grounds that nothing external could be either good or evil, or equanimity in the face of life of highs and lows. The Stoics taught that becoming a clear, unbiased, self-disciplined thinker allows one to understand the logos, the natural, universal reason of all things. Thus, the unhappiness and evil are a result of ignorance. If someone is unkind, it is because they are unaware of their own universal reasons. The solution to this evil and unhappiness can be achieved through the practice of Stoic philosophy. The examination of one's own judgment and behavior in order to determine where they might have diverged from the universal reason of nature. Hence the famous Stoic maximum: love according to nature, both in sense of the laws of the universe and of a man's own essential nature reason. Many respects, it bears a remarkable similarity to the ethical teaching of Siddhartha Gautama in 563 BCE, 480 83 BCE. Buddhism, we talk about that as part of asceticism they talk about, which is grounded in the four nobles of truth. All life has suffering. That's number one. Okay, let's read this. Which is grounded number one, four nobles. It says, yeah, the four nobles, and then here's number two. All life has suffering. Suffering is rooted in passion and desire. Number three, happiness is freedom from the passions. Number four is moral restraint and self-discipline. It's the means by which one becomes free from suffering. And an important aspect of Stoicism involves improving the individual ethical and moral well-being by having a will which is in agreement with nature. By practicing the four cardinal virtues derived from the teachings of Plato: wisdom, Sophia, courage, and anaria, justice, Dysynarchy, and the temperance of, that Greek word, sophorenes, something like that. Yeah, we're going to talk about this other link, what is Stoics, like the daily Stoic. We're going to get into that. For the Stoics, living in according to the reason and virtue is to live harmony with the divine order of the universe, recognizing the common reasons of an essential value of all people, they therefore promoting egalitarianism, and usually for their day of encourage to acceptance of even slaves as equals on the grounds that all are the sons of God, echoing Socrates, claiming that I am not an Athenian or a Greek, but a citizen of the world. They also deny the importance of external difference such as rank and wealth in social relationships. To some extent, Stoicism assumes determinism. I'll make a future stream on that. And that holds that we will, in any case, to do as the necessity of the world compels us, but it holds us that we should not merely obey the law, but the sentence to our own obedience, follow the law consciously and deliberately as only a rational being can. Okay, the first century of AD Roman philosopher and a Stoic named Seneca the Younger, 4 BCE to 65. 4 BCE, and we got 65 CE. The most famous popular philosopher of this day took the subject of anger seriously enough to dictate the whole book to the subject. He saw anger as a philosophical problem amenable to a treatment by philosophical argument, not just irrational outbursts over which we have no control. He thought that anger aroused for holding overly optimistic ideas about the world, leading to an unrealistic expectation, and advised a more pessimistic attitude, so that one was mentally prepared for the kinds of bad things that happen, which therefore not to lead such outbursts of anger. So this part right here we're talking about is Stoic ethics. Determinism, I'll make a future video of that, and it's all connected to the nihilistic topics that we're going to talk about in the Black Pill. And a lot of people get in these terms, and you start hearing terms like determinism, because people like to throw stuff out on panels and don't have a proper understanding of it. So, yeah. So we're going to get into the moment. I just don't know what's going on. Yeah. Yeah, we talked about pessimism a little bit, but that's gonna be part of cynicism, and we'll see who's in the chat in the box. There's only one watching. Yeah, it's gonna be a long one. Yeah, man. Yeah. I'm gonna keep reading. Let's keep reading. Okay. Because I know people's not watching this 8 something right now. They're going to watch that entertainment stuff. They can have that. Stoic logic and epistemology asserts a certain knowledge of which can be attained through the use of reasoning by verifying the convictions with the expertise of one's peers and the collective judgment of humankind. It holds that the senses are constantly receiving the sensations in which forms of pulsations which passes from objects through the sense to the mind where they leave behind an impression. The mind is able to approve or reject an impression to enable to the distinguish and representation of reality, which is a truth from the truth from which is false. This theory stands therefore direct opposition to the idealism of Plato, from whom in the mind alone was the source of knowledge, this sense being the source of an illusion and error. In metaphysics, the Stoics believe in the universe, which is a material but reasoning substance, which can be called God or nature, which they divided into two classes in passive and essential matter, and the active of various describes as fate of or logos, of material and intelligent aether or primordial fire, which acts on the passive matter. And say, on the passive matter, the souls of people and animals are uh, emanations from his primordial fire are likewise subject to fate. This notion that all things are composed of fire is borrowed from Herculides, and they also held a cyclical uh, cyclical view of the history, which the world was once fire and would become fire again. Yeah, that's a metaphysical way of looking at it. Yeah, kind of like an esoteric view of it. And that's what they believe back then. To the Stoics, then all things are material, nothing more than a materialism. Words, God himself are material, emotions are material because they have physical manifestations, blush and smile in the mind or soul reduces to the matter because the body produces thoughts or sense of impressions in the soul, and the soul produces movements in the body, both which would be impossible if the body and soul were not of the same substance. Stoics also believe that all the world is one, ensuing from one principle, monoism, and that a divine reality pervades the whole universe is pantheism. Thus, the universe is like a giant living body with its own leading part to the stars or the sun, but with all the parts being interconnected, so that would happen in one place. It affects what happens in elsewhere. And in addition, everything in the universe is predetermined. Determinism. That's what people think. Yeah. Although humans have a certain amount of free will, in the same way that Eddie's played around with the overall current view. Yeah, we're going to get into cynicism later. It segues to the topic, and then there's a history of Stoicism. It talks about the Stoicism in Christianity, and and they talk about the guys. So we're going to stop screen share, and we're going to go into the box. Yeah. Let's see what we're going to do here. We're going to hit this topic right now. And what is Stoicism? And we're going to share that link. We're going to go right back to Stoicism later. And we're going to get to, we already did what is Stoicism, and they talk about Rome and stuff like that. Okay, how does Stoicism begin? We just read that from the last for the, the philosophical basics through here. This is the dailystoic.com. What is Stoicism? You can read this for yourselves. It's another link confirming what I'm talking about. And it's basically the same stuff, How does Stoicism begin? Around 304 BCE, a merchant named Zeno, same person we read, and was shipwrecked on the trading voyage. He lost nearly everything, but making his way to Athens, he was introduced to the philosophy by a Cynic philosopher, Crates, and the Megagarian philosophy, the Stilpio, which changed his life. As Zeno later joked, I made a prosperous voyage. When I suffered shipwreck, he would later move to what become known as the Stoa Pokiao, literally meaning the painting porch. We just read that from that link I just read from the philosophical basics. Yeah, we just read that. And erect in the 5th century in BCE, the ruins of it are visible still some 2,500 years later. And the painting porch is where Zeno and his disciples gathered for discussion, which his followers were originally called the Zeonians. Yeah, the Zeonians or something like that. And it's ultimate credit to the Zeno humility that physical school he founded, unlike nearly every school, religion before or since, didn't ultimately carry his name. See, that's a long time ago. And it says who were the Stoic philosophers? Uh Asclepius, the king of Spartans, once quipped that he wanted to be the student of men, who is son I should be like as well, is a critical consideration we need to make in our search for role models. Stoicism is no exception. Before we begin our studies, we need to ask ourselves, who are the people that follow these precepts? Who can I point out as an example? Am I proud to look up to this person? Do I want to be more like them? Okay. The Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, the playwright and the political advisor of Seneca, and the slave turned prominent teacher of Epictetus, I think it's Epictetus or something like that, Epictetus. These are the 3 Stoics you need to get to know first. Once you do, we're confident you will want to follow in their footsteps. Yeah, these are the Stoics they're talking about. Yeah, it's also mentioned over there. You can read this. I'm not going to read all of it. Who is Marco Aurelius? Yes, they got a little bio and all that stuff. Let's talk about the virtues of Stoicism. What are the 4 virtues? It says courage, temperance, justice, wisdom. We just read that from the other. And they are the most essential values in Stoic philosophy. If at some point in your life, Marco Aurelius wrote, you should come across anything better than justice, truth, self-control, courage, it must be an extraordinary thing. Indeed, that was almost 20 centuries ago. We have discovered a lot of things since then. Automobiles, the internet, cures for diseases that were previously a death sentence. But have we found anything better than being brave, than moderation and sobriety, than doing what's right, than the truth and understanding? No. I'm saying, okay, no, we have not. It's unlikely we ever will. Everything we face in life is an opportunity to respond with these 4 traits. And like it says, courage, temperance, justice, and wisdom. And okay, and there's courage. If you read Cormac McCarthy's dark and beautiful novel, All Pretty Horses, you'll remember the key question is the Emilio Perez asked John Grady, one that cuts the core of the life and what will we all must do to live life worth living. Yep. Talk about Seneca. He's a Stoic. You can read that. Yeah. That's talking about courage. Yeah, they got books on that. And let's read temperance. Of course, life is not simple as the curve where people whose bravery turns to recklessness and becomes at fault when they begin to endanger themselves and others. Yep. This is where Aristotle comes in. Yeah. And all this other stuff. Yeah. It talks about that. I ain't gonna get into that. Justice and all that, because the other side just can confirm this little right here. This is the dailystoic.com. You can research it and say what is Stoicism, and you can type it into Google and find this, and then wisdom. Yeah. We already know what wisdom is and all that. Yeah. And here's what are the books, the best books on Stoicism. If you want to read, Meditations by Marco Aurelius, Letters from a Stoic by Seneca, Discourses by Epictetus or something like that. Yeah. And then you got The Daily Stoic by Ryan Holiday and Stephen Hanselman. I'm reading right now. And The Obstacle in His Way by Ryan Holiday. Yeah. So it's like a journal. Yeah. This right here it's the link, the Daily Stoic, and you can get your information right there. I'm just gonna look like that. So, oh shit. Oh man, I must have hit something. Okay, sorry about that. I must have hit something. Ugh, I hate when I do that. Yeah, I must have hit something. I must have hit something. I'm going to exit full screen. Yeah. Let me go back for a minute. I must have hit something. Yeah. Yeah. The Daily Stoic was one. I think something happened right there on the screen share. Ah, I messed up on something. Yeah. Yeah. I couldn't. Yeah. But as I was saying, you can get it up on the stage. So I was reading, but something didn't happen there on my end. My apologies. Let's see. Give you the full screen layout. Sometimes these things just be jumping because I have to pay attention if I don't see that blue light. Yeah. Yeah, we just read about Aurelius and them guys and the Epictetus, yeah. And then we got the Cynicism, the younger. We just read from the Daily Stoic, and then Neo-Stoicism and all that, humanists and all that. Yeah, Stoicism is basically it's like determinism. It's also you're indifferent, and what else it said? Let's see, unemotional, kind of like serious. It's I think it's more nihilistic in a way. Yeah, it's a more nihilistic term. It's very black pilled, and all that stuff. But we're gonna stop right there, and we're gonna go straight to cynicism because I know that was a link that we're gonna bounce off. Yeah, because we're gonna go straight to it. Because I mean, let's see what's going on. Yeah, yeah. Let's see what the screen share is doing. Oh shit. Okay. Something right. Oh, here we go. 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 Back in business. Now on to cynicism. Cynicism. Cynicism is an ancient Greek ethical doctrine which holds the purpose of life is to live a life of virtue in agreement with nature. We just read something like that in Stoicism, right? They're almost very similar. Which calls for only bare necessities acquired for existence. This means rejecting all conventional desires for health, wealth, power, and fame, and living a life free from all possessions and property. However, rather than retreating from society, cynics should live in the full glare of the public gaze, would be quite indifferent in the face of any insults which might result from their unconventional behavior. Their way of life requires continuous training, both the mind and body, not just an addiction of responsibility and a nihilistic lifestyle. We're going to get to that later. We're going to come back to that later. The cynics believe that the world belongs equally to everyone, that the suffering is caused by false judgments of what it is value what is valuable by the worthless customs and conventions which surround society. They they also saw their job as acting as a watchdog of humanity, and to ev- evangelize evangelize and hound people about the error of their ways. They were particularly critical of any show of greed, which they viewed as a major cause of suffering. Many of their ideas were later absorbed into Stoicism. They're very similar. We just read about Stoicism about that. And this is Cynicism, form of pessimism, by the way. That's what Cynicism is. Also, there was a never official Cynic doctrine. The fundamental principles can be summarized, and here we're going to summarize it. The goal of life is happiness, which is to live agreement with nature. And here's another one. Happiness depends on being self-sufficient and a master of mental attitude. Self-sufficiency is achieved by living a life of virtue. The road of virtue is to free oneself from any influence and wealth frame power which have no value in nature. Suffering is caused by false judgments of value, which can negative emotions, vicious character. But the term cynic derives from the Greek kunikis, meaning dog-like, possibly as a pejorative reference to the first cynics' shameless rejection of conventional manners and their decisions to live on the streets. In common usage, cynicism means a disposition to disbelief in the sincerity or goodness of human motives and actions, and a tendency to express this by sneers and sarcasm. So, yeah, that's the introduction of it, and then we're going to get to the history of it. The Pythagoras, Pythagoras and his followers had advocated simply living in the centuries preceding the Cynics. In the 6th century CE, the 6th century BCE, the Scythian sage called Anarchists had combined plain living together with criticism of Greek customs in a manner which would become standard among the Cynics. However, the most immediate influence for the Cynic school was Socrates. Although not an ascetic, like asceticism, not an ascetic, he did profess a love of virtue, an indifference to wealth, and a disdain of general opinion. Okay, the real founder of Cynicism was Antonicius, 445 BCE to 365 BCE, who have been one of the most important pupils of Socrates in the early 5th century BCE. He preached a life of poverty, but his teaching also covered language and dialogue and literature, and in addition to the pure ethics which the later Cynics focus on. Anathensius was followed by Diogonius of Synthemo, who lived in the tub of the streets of the Athens, ate raw meat, taking cynicism to its local extremes. By Crates of Thebes, 365 BCE, 285 BCE, who have gave away a large fortune so he could live a life of cynic poverty in Athens. And Dionysus dominates in the story of cynicism is like no other figure had became seen archetype. I mean, archetypal cynic philosopher. Excuse me. And drink some water. Break something so I can walk tomorrow. He adopted a lifestyle of self-sufficiency. We just read that in the Stoicism, and that's in the Greek. Austerity and shamelessness, and and was famed for his bright satire and wit. So, satire, wit, and with the rise of Stoicism in the 3rd century, by Cynicism as a serious philosophical activity underwent a decline. It was not until the Roman era that there was a Cynic revival. Cynicism spread with the rise of the imperial Rome in the 1st century CE, and the Cynics could be found begging and preaching throughout the cities of Roman Empire, like we got today in America too, where they were treated with a mixture of the scorn, respect. Cynicism seems to have thrived into the 4th century CE, unlike Stoicism, which has long declined by that time. Yes, Stoicism kind of died off. And then you see Cynicism is normal in America, and especially in these spaces in the manosphere. Yeah, Cynicism finally disappeared in the late 5th century CE, although many of its ascetic ideas and rhetorical methods were adopted by early Christians. Yeah, you still got that today under that religion itself. Yeah, Stoicism and Cynicism, it still exists in some forms of life. In a black pill sense, it's in most people. But what it shows, that's the rejecting of all life. And, you have like a poverty mindset. Some of it's like they're very cynical how the world view, jaded. But it's just sometimes people have that mindset. And yeah, we're going to get into nihilism. We're going to get into it real quick. So it's like 33 minutes. So we just up in here. I know people just don't want to talk about it as much. Dang, I didn't really that was that long. Let me search something for a minute. We're gonna get into cynicism for a minute. We're gonna read more. I got time to kill because cynicism is mostly important. We're gonna look at links of it later. Let's talk about the nihilistic aspect of it right now. Nihilism is a philosophical position which agrees that being, especially past and current human existence, is without object, meaning, and purpose of comprehensive truth or essential value. It asserts that there is no responsible proof of an existence of a higher ruler or creator, that a true morality does not exist, that objective secular ethics are impossible. Therefore, life has, in a sense, no truth, no action, is objectively preferable to any other. The term nihilism was first popularized by a novelist named Ivan Turgevani, 1818 and 1883. Art movements such as Dada and Futurism. Philosophical movements like existentialism, postmodernism, post-structuralism, and deconstructionism have all been identified by the commenters as a nihilistic at various times in various contexts. Nihilism differs from skepticism in that skepticism does not reject claims to true outright. It only rejects these claims if there is insufficient empirical evidence to support them. Nihilism is most often associated with German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, although he never actually advocated nihilism as a practical mode of living and was typically quite critical of it. He was, however, one of the first philosophers to study nihilism extensively. Nietzsche's criticism of nihilism was mainly on that grounds that it can become a false belief and led individuals to discard any hope of the meaning in the world, thus to invent some compensatory alternative measure of significance. He also asserts that nihilism is a result of valuing higher divine or metaphysical things such as God, that does not in turn value base in human or earthly things. that any form of idealism, after being rejected by the idealist, leads to nihilism, according to Nietzsche or something like that. Yeah, or Frederick. We talked about this early in my early videos, pre-recordings and streams about it. Yeah, he's one of those philosophers. And he's only once nihilism is overcome that has culture can be true foundation upon which to thrive. Yeah. Similar to Jacques Derrida, whose deconstructionism movement is commonly labeled nihilistic, did not himself make the claims often attributed to him. In fact, deconstructionism can be seen not as a denial of truth, but as a denial of our ability to know truth. It makes an epistemological claim that opposed to nihilism, ontological or metaphysical claim. Nihilism is one of the few branches of philosophy that allows for the possibility of absolute nothingness by making three apparent plausible assumptions that there are a finite number of objects in the world. Each of these objects are contingent, and although they exist, they might not have existed, and that the object of independent, the non-existence of one thing does not necessitate the existence of anything else. Then the subtraction of argument runs to each other's contingent object can be subtracted from the world one by one until the absolute nothing is left. However, it is not clear that the independence of assumption is justifiable. And in practice, whether it be an imaginative, the imaginative, though experiment, or in hard, significant world of particular physics, subtracting an object from a particular scenario actually does have repercussions, however small for the world small world as a whole. Rather, nothingness appears a limited asymptote that can be approached, but it never be quite reached. Yeah, that's nihilism. That's like the introduction, and we already know the types of nihilism. Yeah, the metaphysical nihilism. You got your mereological nihilism. You got the partial nihilism. You got the moral nihilism, and that's the medical FU claims. Yeah, false. Yeah, like then you got Niccolò Machiavelli. They mention him in here. Yeah, his philosophy of nihilism. Yeah, yeah. This is on the philosophical Bailey, but it's kind of a sidebar to those two I just talked about. And we're gonna stop screen share for a minute. I'll get you in a moment. So we're gonna go here and look at what's going on. We'll hit the link right here. I'm going to search. And okay, what is a cynic person? Oh God. Okay. Yeah. Okay, back to it. Okay, a person who believes that only selfishness motivates human actions and who disbelieves in minimizing selfless acts, disinterest points of view. Person who shows express the bitterly or sneeringly cynical attitude. Yeah, that's a cynical person. We got into it. I just talked about nihilism for like 4 or 5 minutes. So yeah, examples of cynicism. Yeah, here's the definition. It's an attitude, suspicion where you believe in the future is bleak and that people are acting only out of self-interest. An example of cynicism is when you also think the worst and have a hard time seeing the good in anyone. That's a noun. And you can also find these in definitions. I think I mentioned that early in the pre to this topic. Is being a cynic bad? Cynical people are more likely to experience stress, anger, negative emotions, adverse social, mental, physical health, poor interpersonal relationships, high risk of burnout, and cardiovascular illness. Wow, I did not know that. Why is it bad to be cynical? Let's read a quote. Let's look at this for a minute. So I modified myself. Yeah. All right. This program is now paying homeowners to install battery. They got that as an ad. Okay. Let's get on with it. Why is it bad to be cynical? Oh my God. So they want us to, okay. Why it's bad to be cynical? Cynicism. Cynicism. Okay. If one is excessively cynical, one can miss out the opportunities. There is a difference between being cautious or skeptical. Yeah, there's people in the comments. Oh, it's just a link. Okay. Nothing to see here. That's just a little questionnaire. Yeah. Okay. Another word for cynicism. Yeah, we talked about this other. Misanthropic, pessimistic are common synonyms of cynical, with all three words meaning deeply distrust. Cynical implies having a sneer disbelief in sincerity of integrity. Yeah, but you know, yeah, man, it's just like, yeah, the cynical thing, man. Yeah, yeah, it's some links you can have. Does cynical mean scornful? No, I don't know. Yeah, we're just looking up little questionnaires. I've read it somewhere when we had the last stream, a short stream about it. When you have a cynical attitude, you rarely expect people to behave negatively, self-serving way. You immediately focus on the worst in people, which makes you feel uncomfortable around them for no unproven reason. Also, you may be very critical of others. Yeah, that can be a cynical person. Yeah, it's giving you types. Almost like a pessimist. But they had one key thing that I agree with on the last. I don't know if they moved it. They moved these things around. But yeah, cynicism is big in certain spaces I've noticed, and they talk about stoicism a lot in the black pill on both sides, especially the mainstream manosphere and 2.0 on the black sector. Yeah, cynicism. What we just learned. They talk about versus stoicism, and that's very interesting. But you know how it goes. Um, yeah, man. I'm gonna stop this screen share and go right back to the topic, and we're gonna just hit this right off. What's going on, new? Is that you? Okay. Yeah. You know, one thing I can say about this subject, man, like it's really what prompted me to this. It's like one thing I can say, like when you have links like these, you can just look for it, and I talk about this like in a pre of it. Yeah, and it has a little bit of everything. So yes, cynicism is a big deal, and they mentioned the Pythagoras or something like that, and his followers and all that. The Pythagoreans, they also talk about it. The history of it, and man, it's just I want to find a search for it, but yeah, cynicism is big. Yes, the topic is stoicism and cynicism. We just studied what stoicism is. But cynicism is big. They don't talk about it as much. They're actually synonymous with each other. So, you know, I mean, I'm looking at it from what it is, and I'm just going to find out is common in the modern world. Okay, we're gonna stop this for a minute. We're gonna screen share. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna do this right. Had like a screen effect for a minute. Hold on. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see what the live is going. Yeah. Yeah. I'm doing good so far. Knock this hour out. Yeah. In modern societies, is it common? Let's read this. This is recent, April 15, 2021. Okay. Diogenes and cynicism in modern society. How did the meaning of cynic philosophy change its meaning throughout the years? Okay. Let's see. You have to be able to read. Okay. It's by Dionysius Papadopoulos. Oh, he's Greek. Okay. People often use the word cynic for some bitter, distrustful, and pessimistic. However, in ancient Greece, cynicism was an important school of thought that prompt an anti-materialistic way of life. And they show this out here. And the article is medium.corn exploring history. It's like a little article. I'm gonna read this. Cynicism is a few words. The Cynic school was found by, we just read from the philosophic basics, and it talks about Antonius 445 BCE, 360 BCE, and then 444 BCE and 368 BCE, and the son of the Athenian and a slave from Tarsus, from Tarsus, who was distinguished warrior and the student of the Sophists. Gorgias. Gorgias was a nihilist, by the way. He's a nihilist, by the way. But the school was founded in the Gorgias in Athens, and it was only school in the city that accept non-Athenian citizens. Yeah. A lot of philosophers, let's see. A lot of philosophers such as Aristotle and Nicomachean ethics and Eudemian ethics and Homer, Plato, Socrates, so on and so on, consider virtue to be an important factor to be happy. Yeah. For cynics, in the Greek, we already know that virtue is considered to be the ultimate goal. To achieve this, you have to neglect anything that doesn't help you gain virtue and happiness. Cynicism has been also characterized as an anti-philosophy which mocks intellectualism and tries to prove that the common sense beats complex theories. Goods were distinguished into two categories: the external, property, physical, pleasure, and luxury; the internal, to the latter belongs to the preeminent demand of the demand of the philosophers, and that is secure in knowledge of truth and self. However, virtue doesn't depend on knowledge, but it's a result of practical dedication. And there's Dionysius Sinope. He's a student of this guy, the son. Yeah, I'm not going to get into that, Oh, here's the topic that we're talking about. We talked about Stoicism and Cynicism, how they're synonymous with each other, and it's death, They got that. I'm just going to skim through this. Yeah, it's a little article. And you read it. That's a nice one. Yeah, man. That's what cynics is. It's contemporary. My neck is kind of, golly. Almost had a crook in my neck. Yeah. Cynicism is an attitude characterized by the general distrust of others' motives. And we talked about that. I'm just a little skimping around. But yeah, man, that's all I got on cynicism and stoicism. But the title's called Stoicism and Cynicism and Black Pill Talk. Yeah, you know, it explains in the modern world it does exist. And he written an article in April 15, 2021. They don't talk about much of it. I'm just gonna stop it right here and see who's coming out in the box. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, he's a nihilist. Yeah, new. Yeah, he's very nihilistic. I just read that earlier about him. I can get a screen share and just throw him up a little bit. Yeah, it's almost about to be the hour mark before I even open it up. Let's see. Let's screen share this one more time. Yeah, nihilistic lifestyle. Let's hit it. Your boy. They talked about him right here. Right here. Yeah, right here. Mm-hmm. And we may hit him again. There you go. That's what news talking about, y'all. Yeah, he's a nihilist for the 19th century German philosopher, Frederick Wellman Nietzsche or something like that. And it's he's a philologist or something like that. He's a philosopher and a philologist. He's considered an important forerunner of existentialism movement. Although he does not fall neatly into any particular school, but his work has generated an extensive secondary literature with both the continental philosophy and analytic philosophy traditions of the 20th century. Yeah, he's a popular German, but he's a nihilist. Yeah. And then he challenged the foundations of Christianity, traditional morality, famous asserting that God is dead, leading to general justified charges of atheism, moral skepticism, relativism, and nihilism. You see that right in there? That's what he's famous for. But his original notions is of the willpower of mankind's main motivating principle of this right here, the Ubermenschke, as the goal of humanity. The internal return is meaning, evaluating one's life, having all generated much debated in an argument among scholars. Yeah, this dude is a nihilist, man. He's well known. He's one of the forerunners of existentialism, but this dude, yeah, he's a philosopher. I mean, you can read his stuff. I ain't gonna get in depth with him, but this is what you can find on the philosophical basics.com. Yeah. New just brought him up. Yeah, we just talked about him in this piece in a nihilistic lifestyle with cynicism. They try to say they're separate, but it's a little similar. They got some similarities. And but yeah, we just talked him up, man. I'm glad, but see, I talked about him like a couple of minutes back. But yeah. Let's read this in here. Everyone finds nihilism to be so negative, but it really because a lot of people are dreamers. Facts. And that's so true. That is so true. Yeah, nihilism has many forms of it. And I'm just like saying, man, like it's a complex issue to talk about because sometimes in this space, when you really get into philosophy, you start talking about these guys like Frederick and Max Stirner. I think I did a piece on him in a live stream. Here's the types of nihilism right here. What News talking about? Yeah, you got the metaphysical nihilism or blob theory. This is the theory that there are no objects or the objects does not exist. The empirical reality is an illusion. More commonly, theory that there might have been no objects at all. There's a possible in the world, which is there are no objects at all. And an object here is a thing, an entity, or being that can be properties and bear relations in other objects. This position has been variously attributes to the philosophers such as Parmenides or something like that, and this in the Buddha form. Okay, and here's the mereological nihilism, compositional nihilism. This is the position of the objects where the proper parts does not exist. You're talking about the temporal parts. It's talking about the objects of existence in time do not have any temporal parts. Okay, only basic building blocks, electrons, quarks. Yeah, you know, there are no ordinary things. I do not exist. Then you got the partial nihilists. There's so many. Some philosophers argue that only objects in certain, let's just say, certain kind have parts. One such as positions of organicism, the view that living beings are composites and therefore exist, but there are no other objects which part at all other objects that we believe to composite of chairs of plants, okay, therefore does not exist. Organists such as Peter Van Engwagen, 1942, and they don't mention his, if he's still, yeah, I think he's still alive. Yeah, assert that if there is such thing as a table or symbols, oh, this guy's alive. Peter Van Inwagen. In wagon. Yeah, he's still alive. Okay. He's some type of philosopher, organist. Okay. Basic building blocks arranged table wise. Okay. Here's a moral nihilist. Is a meta-ethical view that ethical claims are generally false. It holds that there are no objective moral facts, true positions, that nothing morally good, bad, or wrong, right, etc. Because there are no moral truths. A moral nihilist would say that the murder is not wrong, but neither is right. The philosophy of Niccolo Machiavelli, I mentioned him earlier, sometimes presented as a model of moral nihilism, but that is highly questionable as he was largely silent on moral matters. If anything, he presented an alternative to the ethical theories of his day rather than an all out rejection of all morality. Yes, that's moral nihilism. And it talks about Machiavelli. I don't see what he was. Yeah, he's a scholar. He's an Italian philosopher. He's a political theorist, diplomat, musician, writer in the Renaissance period. He's in video games and movies. They use him a lot. Yeah, Machiavelli. They say he faked his death. I don't know if that's true or not. But Florence, Italia, known as Florence, they would say in certain video games. Yeah, Bartolomeo Defender. Yeah, he's an Italian. Yeah, we already know who that is. He's popular. I think Tupac studied that shit too in his album. But yeah, man, the topic was cynicism and stoicism. Yeah, we talk a little bit of nihilism. Man, I'm just gonna break this down and exit the layout. And yeah, man, it's really something, man. Me being moral, amoral, pragmatic, and a non-believer goes under the guise of nihilism. Okay. What's going on, Absalon? What's going on? Peace to the chat. We humans trying to suppress our animalistic nature with morals and ethics, right and wrong. Exactly. That's what we do, man. Yeah. I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm just gonna knock this shit out. I'm gonna knock it off for a minute. Yeah, man. Let's see what we're gonna do here for a minute. Okay. Let's see what the link is about. So the link, I'm gonna pin the link for a minute because I'm gonna pin it real quick. Because I thought I was gonna do 2 hours, but I didn't realize it's gonna be an hour on this. It's probably short stuff. I thought I was gonna get multiple links today, but I had to get this one out and say, hey, let's put something different on the table. Okay, there's the link. If anybody wants to come up or not, I was just gonna keep it on screen, keep talking. I'm gonna put this up right here. This may be a small panel. I don't know who's sky watching or whatever. I'm gonna pin it just in case. And yeah, we're gonna go right quick. It's pinned. Yeah, what he just said. Yeah, that's very, very good. Okay, links already in the chat. Y'all can come up anytime. Yeah, the topic is about cynicism. The topic is really about Stoicism and Cynicism. We talked about Stoicism a little bit and cynicism in the Black Pill talk. So yeah, some people get worried about that stuff, and that's just it. But
Hey, can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. What's going on, dude?
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Fuck.
Oh, he dropped out. Okay, he dropped out. Okay. What's going on, Tampa?
Sir.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Oh, okay. It was I think it was connected to my Bluetooth again.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Oh, so what makes you dive I noticed you dive into nihilism a lot.
Yeah, it's just an interesting topic. I'm just trying to learn for myself why people in the space, talk about it as much. But
Mm-hmm.
it's an interesting topic to delve in. It's got different uh, versions of it. What you've written in the chat. I'm like, what? It's something. It's something. It's not really that negative. I mean, it has some pros and cons, but it's common.
Right.
Instead of the what we just talk about, the utilitarianism all the time. I mean, it's
Right.
less. It's actually the other way around because most people can be nihilistic if they want to be. You know,
Right.
and I've noticed that.
Yeah, there's only one content creator. I think his name is Shango.
Yeah,
He goes into it, but a lot of times I'll notice him coming off of the like the negative side of it, like the
yeah,
extreme shit.
yeah,
You know what I mean? And people already have their moments of nihilism. You know what I'm saying? Depending on uh, not the accolades, but the bullet points. Like when you start separating parts of nihilism as far as life goes. You know what I'm saying? They fall into it all the time.
hmm
So you know, like the extreme side is, well, if you don't believe in God, then you must be a nihilism. Why don't you just kill yourself? Like that's some extreme shit. But you remember last time I pointed out, the article of a happy nihilist.
yeah, yeah. I remember that. I read some of that the other day, and it has some good points. Yeah, there's many versions of it, and and what I've noticed, people don't look at those like moral nihilists talking about little morals, and then you got like, okay, where's the part I discussed and read right here?
Mm-hmm.
It explains it very, very well. And when it was down here, you got the metaphysical nihilism. It's got so many versions of it. You can delve into. You can read for yourself and do the search. People have different viewpoints, and the guy that you brought up, he was against some of the points of it back in the day, but he studied it. Once you delve into it, like Shango does, but Shango goes extreme because sometimes when you dealt with that extreme, yeah, that's when it's kind of like determinism a little bit, but it's a little different. And you got
Right.
some that's more, I could say, balance.
Mm-hmm.
It's similar to almost like utilitarianism, but utilitarianism deals with like the right and wrong and morals, but the problem is they both can be more amoralistic. But when he did that video with Batman and Owlman, he threw those terms out there, and I'm like, all right, let me break these two down. What's the
Right.
difference between the two? Because I know nihilism is a little destructive, a little bit in a good way, but it can be abused by certain individuals. I could say that now, like a Max Stirner or a
Mm-hmm.
the other ones, yeah. But Frederick was more. He was more of existential. Some of them are decent. They know what the truth is. You know, they're not anti-humanity. You know, people take
Well,
that too far, man.
well, I mean, it like I'm not an extreme nihilist, right?
Yeah,
But like I said, I do believe humans are cynical. You know
yeah,
what I mean? Because you want, quote unquote, a fair trade, right?
right,
And I always have my motto that I have in the manosphere, which is stop giving people the benefit of the doubt and doubt the benefit. And you can use that accordingly, right? Because when you keep giving people the benefit of the doubt, you're giving them a chance to fuck you over, right? And then if I don't really know you that well, you know what I mean? Or like, and you let me down. Well, I'm not really that let down because, part of me didn't believe in you because I didn't know you, right?
right.
Or, all you have to do is read the book Sapiens, the study of humankind or mankind. And once you start studying human beings, you know what I'm saying, and the way we act and react to things, you know what I'm saying,
Hmm.
I mean, it's like it's just a thing that you'll start to know that you'll see in humans. Like me being partly nihilist, like I'm not mad at anybody. I let people.
Yeah.
It's like it is what it is.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? It is what it is. Says a lot. It means a lot. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. That's very amoralistic, and
Yeah.
it's very realistic. You know, some people can't deal with that. In a black pill sense, I agree with that as the normal, right? And some people try to mix it with the utility part, but that's tricky. You know what's hard about happiness though? You have to get rid of the top. You have to get rid of people that don't agree with you. And how can
Mm-hmm.
you, those people, just like, nihilism exposes what the what you just said earlier. It makes sense. If you really get into people, yeah, people are very cynical. That's in their nature in some degree. you
Yeah.
know that's just how that's how we function. Yeah, it's all emotions, but you can't be one emotion. But the problem with utilitarianism, you're dealing with um a few philosophers that deal with numbers and quality, and the hard part
Mm-hmm.
is people can't adjust to it.
Right.
They can't adjust to it, and it's very hard. That takes like everybody work as a team, but it ain't gonna happen. I know what BGS comes off as that. See, a lot of his followers don't see you got to practice like he do.
Right.
He teaches nihilism a little bit, but he don't go in depth because he's got some that are nihilistic followers. I don't think they realize that he's utilitarian, man. He ain't trying to be nihilist in the space. I get where he's coming from.
No. Giving
Yeah,
you information and letting you leading the horse to water, but not
yeah,
forcing you to drink it.
yeah.
That's what he's doing.
That's what he's doing.
But if you don't study the water or drink
Yeah,
it and make a decision on spitting it out or swallowing it, that's on you. I can't force you to do that.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? The people who are against nihilism or anything like as far as morals go, they're
yeah.
gonna, the hope type shit, they're gonna be like, oh man, I hope he drinks this because the dude is dying of thirst. But
Hmm.
hey, you can give a motherfucker piss. And you know what I'm saying? Do you think he's gonna drink it because he's dying of thirst? He might.
He might not.
Right. It's your decision. So it's basically me giving you info and then letting you make the choice. But me giving you info, you have to do your due diligence, you know what I'm saying, on the info that you got to make your decision.
Right.
And that's the shit that I say around here. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like
yeah.
people
I know
people
that.
people mix and match morals all the time, right? Like your ethics, right?
Hmm.
Let's say, what do you have? Like pro-life, pro-choice,
Yeah.
killing people and shit like that, right? So
Right.
like if you're pro-choice, what, you let a motherfucker make his own decisions. You're pro-life, you're like, no, preserve life. But if the woman gets raped or certain things like that, then it's okay. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So all that shit right there, like, where's the morals at? You know what I mean? You want
Yeah.
to you want to use it when it seems cool. You know what I'm saying? But really, it's not.
No, it's not. And some people just use it as a crutch. And morals can be they're built for the ground up, he says. And I think you try see people, we make stuff up as we go, but 9 to 10, most people should be amoralistic, but they're afraid to because they're so trapped to this moral hope belief. You know what I mean? They just like say, well, I'm stuck here. I'm programmed to think this way. But this red pill stuff is kind of funny. Like they talk about, it has some moralistic mindsets. I'll never forget one time I left Christianity years ago.
Mm,
I had that moralistic mindset, but once I got understanding how not just finding a job for those years and then study actual people by just communicating with them. I
mm.
mean, I see their true feelings. Like, damn, I didn't think they were like that. How they treat people and all that.
Right,
But
right,
it makes sense though. And then when I
right.
come back to these spaces, and that's what they talk about. I've heard nihilism before. It's just
Mm-hmm.
they never broke it down to me. Then when I actually start reading this stuff, I'm like, oh, I see what this means. Okay, it's not really that negative. It's how you look at it. And then when you start reading different versions of it, it makes sense to me now. I said, okay,
Right,
just like utilitarianism, there's a negative side to it. There's a
right.
negative version of it. It can be destructive too. Don't be fooled, but they're both extreme sides. That's the problem with people. If you read them for yourself, you'd be like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it can be used
It's
for
like,
other things. Yeah,
okay, so it's like, I was never indoctrinated in religion, right?
yeah,
But I know a lot of religious people. Now, me being a non-believer, pretty much makes me an atheist.
hmm,
Or, some people who are not sure or who just really don't care.
agnostic. Yeah,
Agnosticism, right?
yeah,
But me being 5%er, nation of gods and earth, that's already to the closest to black pill you can be, and you're an atheist by default because you don't believe in the deity.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So that right there is part of nihilism.
hmm,
You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of stuff, man, that can go into it, but people look at the extreme shit of it. I'm not,
yeah,
by default, by me not having kids, is saying fuck the world.
hmm.
You know what I mean? But people ain't looking at it like that. I'm like, yeah,
No, they're
it,
not.
you know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? I'm like, that's part of me saying fuck the world because, I'm not trying to keep humanity going and this whole cycle and everything like that, right? But if you took away the black pill, there, and you kept the original red and blue pill, the red pill is supposed to be the black pill.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? The whole thing is humans always ask the question, why are we here? Instead of saying, yo, we were already here. It's okay. Like, I don't know what was here before. I know I'm here now. And as long as I've been on the planet. Right.
mm,
So people also need closure. And that's the part of the red pill. Whatever happens to you, that's the closure already. You just don't see it that way. You need to know why a chick broke up with you, why you didn't get this job, what didn't I do right? You know what I mean? And once you start to wake up and realize, okay, well, I didn't get this job, this. Maybe I need to get better skills on this. Maybe I need to get better interviewing skills. That's the closure you already needed. You already have your answers right in front of you. If it was a snake with a bitch in the ass.
hmm,
You know what I mean? And
yeah,
that's the way I've always looked at shit because everything I do in my life, I try to be non-hypocritical and I take accountability for it. You know what
yeah,
I mean? Like
yeah,
no one's gonna stop me. It's gonna be me who stops me because I didn't do something right.
yeah. Okay, what do you say in the chat? Tampa Spring said, "What's the difference between black pill and red pill?" Well, red pill. Well, I remember before they uh, bog it down to females. It just means the whole society. Like it's the opposite of unawareness. You're aware what people do, but 9 out of 10 it deals with morality, just like the blue pill. They want a red world, but it's more. It can be a little destructive, but the thing is, you understand what's going on. But if you want the real rabbit hole truth, you can be a nihilist or utilitarian, understand what it is, but they want the same goal. Everything uh, comes to die in a way. It's the dark pill and the dark truth. It's kind of like
Mm-hmm.
you see for what it is, and then you really see how people really think. So yeah,
Right. Well, it goes back to my saying of the I don't really give too much of the benefit of the doubt. I doubt the benefit.
yeah,
That is the red pill. But really, because now you have three of them, I would just say that's more black pill.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Because if the red pill is the truth, that means you're awake, right?
hmm,
Like it's like waking up in bed and then getting out of the bed. You're more aware of your surroundings, you're more aware of everything. Like if you take into account of what people do to you, you know what I'm saying? What you do, how you control your life, that is the red pill. But people just leave it to female nature a lot, especially in this fucking space.
oh yeah, yeah. I try to stay away from topics like females all the time, and I try to tell them 9 out of 10, no matter what scenario, they're actually laughing at it right now. You know, the KS thing. That's another
Mm-hmm.
example. I don't think he's black pill or red pill. To me, I think he's just blue pill. He's just meant to
Oh,
be
he's
famous
blue pill as
anyway.
fuck.
Yeah, yeah. The way he talks, it's just he's tailor made for TV. I mean, I can give
Right.
him that, you know. I don't even mess with his live chats. It's a bunch of bots. And when I said that on Kuda's panel, dude, you have no idea how the world works.
Everybody
When I
came out for
work,
you.
yeah, yeah. And I'm just thinking about the workplace. So I used to work in the corporation, organization, industries. They have that type of mindset too, but you have the customers that are so blue pill, right? But the workers, some of them are not really. But then you have some red pill, directors and managers, right? They know what's going
Mm-hmm.
on, and they choose
Mm-hmm.
not to tell nobody. But it's awareness. But the black pill people that actually run the checks and the money and the finance, oh man, I see some wild shit in the workplace, man. How they treat people when they expecting stuff. That just shows you right there they ain't playing, man. I said, man,
Right.
so that's stuff, but
Right.
that's hey. But the space haven't talk about stuff like that,
And
because they're
that's
not going.
simply that's
Yeah,
just simply being cynical too.
yeah,
You know what I mean? It's a dog eat dog world, and people don't like that. People don't
yeah,
like generalizations. People would rather live with a happy lie than a cold hearted truth.
right.
And I mean, you know what? I mean, to each their own. Like some people need certain things to keep them going. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
I
so they
get
can
it. That's
go.
why I said,
Yeah,
yeah, I have a full understanding of people because I've been around for a long ass time, and I've been around a lot of people with the careers that I've had.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So I know how people work. Sometimes you gotta lie to a motherfucker. You gotta tell somebody, yo, man, it'll be all right when you know that it ain't.
yeah.
And a lot of times I've been the guy that said, yo, it'll get better, it'll get worse before it gets better.
Yeah, I'm the
You know
same
what I
way.
mean?
Yeah, and I kind of stopped saying it. I just let people fall down so they can learn. If not, hey, that's on you, man. I can't
Right,
save everybody.
right.
And the recent the events of the spear, that's on them, man. If y'all want Kevin, go ahead and want Kevin. I have no issues with him. I just let him be himself. He's gonna be the mainstream guy. See, podcasting ain't for everybody. And they're gonna find out it's just a gimmick that people use.
Mm-hmm.
This internet's going to engulf all that. You're going to have a microphone in your phone and it'll come with you as an appliance one day. I'm telling you, this tech thing, if they ever try to get 5 or 6G, people going to do what they want to do, man. I've learned that when white boys and black boys in tech, they're gonna make something that's gonna be simple, not with no boom arms or nothing. When I was watching $1 million worth of game winners on stage with Floyd Mayweather, they had mics on their chest. You know how they talk through the mic with their chest and they
Right,
hook it up on you. They don't
right.
need no microphone to dance around. No, they want you to talk to the people with a headset, and it's gonna be simple. And then the phone's going. They're making them smaller and adjustable screens.
Mm-hmm.
And there's gonna be that holograph technology. See, I already know where it's going in tech.
Mm-hmm.
And people talk about this stuff all the time. But even in the space, like I said, these ideologies and these philosophical stuff, people don't talk about enough of it because reason I'm delved into it because it's common in the 2.0 space because it's big and you hear it on these panels, people talk about it. Well, yeah, I hear Shango talks about it, I hear other people talk about it, but they don't go in depth enough because
Mm-hmm.
some followers don't understand. Well, it's okay to look at the world that way. See, people are stuck in religion too much. They've been
Right.
too indoctrinated, and you can't get them out. And sometimes you just gotta let them be. I used to do
Right.
that years ago in the space. When I left it, I tell them now, you do your own research. I don't even listen to me. Do your own due diligence, man.
Right. And that's what I always talk about. Like I did that. Well, my birthday was on. So on the 4th, when my birthday was, I went live.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
And I said it, man. I said, if people really found out that there wasn't a God, they would probably fucking jump off a roof because
instantly.
now you have nothing to live for,
Yeah,
you know. And like I said, I'm 5%er, so I go through the 120 and everything like that. And I'm just, I believe in myself first, man. I mean, you got to get up and do shit to have
yeah,
shit. These are the decisions that you have to make. If you don't do anything or do the necessary steps to get to that thing, then guess what? You're not going to get it. If you do it all, then you have a better chance at getting it. Now, what stops you from getting it? Yes, of course, it could be somebody on the other side, you know. But when that happens, guess what? Just fucking go somewhere else and do it. Whether that be trying to buy a house, a car, a job, anything.
yeah. He said the incel community always talk about the black pill for some reason. Well,
They're
they
not
have
black pill.
they're not black pill. They always claim that they have a different perspective. To me, they're more blue pill.
Oh, they're blue pill as fuck.
Yeah, they blue pill as well. And then you have a lot of vocels that have problems as well. They want to be like the incel, but it's weird.
Right.
They have blue pill mindsets. A lot of dudes are not black pill in the space. I can tell. I can name certain individuals. They claim they are really, dude. You're not even black pill. You have a belief in a political system. See, politics brings us down big time. I've noticed in these arguments or art of new style brains. I said, dude, politics is so fake. We know man created, and it's just like religion. You got to get away from. That's why I didn't care if I voted for Biden or Trump. Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
voted the other way, but I knew he'd make more sense to people. But he's gonna do what the f he wants to do. I could have voted for libertarian. I could have voted for those guys, but what's the point? They're not gonna win every year. You know what I mean? Because the system has to die first. I mean,
Yeah, I voted. I didn't vote for either one of them. I'm like,
yeah,
well,
yeah. What's the
and
point?
the
I
whole
thought
thing
about that
is,
too. Yeah,
yeah. Well, see, here's the thing. Here's a false dichotomy that's presented. If you don't vote for one, that means if you don't vote at all, that means you voted. Well, if you didn't vote for one, you voted for the other,
yeah,
right? Or if you didn't vote at all, you could have voted for either one.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's how they're looking at it. Um, but you have to actually be black pill when it comes to politics.
Oh yeah.
Um, that basically means leaving your emotions out of it. But with voting, you'll never get somebody that's totally emotionless out of it, especially black people.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like I live in Vegas, so we're Democrats out here, and I'm union and we're Democrats. So of course I'm gonna go with voting. I voted locally though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And Democrats support union work. So for my work and my career that I love, of course I'm gonna go down the list of what the hog gives us, who they're voting for, and pretty much vote for them. And there's a few Republicans, but I don't like Democrats. I really don't.
I don't like neither one, Democrats or Republicans, but
I don't either.
my state just flipped to Democrat, but it doesn't matter because certain Republicans ain't gonna win that state ever again because you got a lot of people in unions coming down to Georgia a lot. And I
Mm-hmm.
always tell people in the Art of New Styles channel, look, that state is changing for a reason. You can get union jobs in certain places and certain corps. They can tell you, like, look, if you're going to work here, you're going to work here, pay taxes. The whole East Coast is getting that effect. But and then when you go outside the country, I think BJS was saying, or whoever travels, I think he traveled, he said, they look at us like we're liberal in some way. Yeah, in a way. I
We
mean,
are liberal though.
yeah, in a way. And like, I'm so curious because conservatism to me is kind of dead in a way because I don't think it ever exists in this country. I mean, we use it as in country, but outside of the world, yeah, they conservative in certain systems. They talked about that last night, and I'm like, yeah. thanks for PK with the chart. I may do a topic on that. Who had those leanings?
Mm,
But it's kind of funny that people still believe in that stuff. Most people, you think they're conservative, but you come to find out that Biden's way more conservative than Trump. Trump was very liberal. He was nice in a way.
yeah,
He just,
yeah,
he just, what hurt him, he played the conservative game. Republicans feel
right.
all the time. Most of them are really liberal too. So that's why I really care for Republicans. Like, okay, how can you be conservative but you have liberal policies? You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
confusing to me, and people don't understand that. That's why I don't understand the conservative movement. Ty City, he was trying to explain it. It was more a counter conservative. I don't know what he was trying to do, and it just didn't
Mm.
work. I mean, shouts out.
I've never dove into that
Yeah,
all that
yeah,
labeling when it comes to
yeah,
politics.
yeah,
I'm actually registered. I think either nonconformist or independent.
yeah.
The
Same
only
here.
time that I remember voting was, see, when I started voting, I was in what, 93.
Yeah,
Clinton was in office, and I actually fucking made some money with Clinton in office. I ain't gonna lie.
yeah,
I do remember Bush being a little bitch. And I voted for Obama the very first time because he was
yeah.
black.
Yeah,
And I'm
same
like,
here.
yo, this is the biggest mistake I ever made.
Yeah, that
You know what I
was.
mean?
I didn't vote for him. I didn't vote for him a second term either.
No, I didn't either. Fuck that shit. Yo, because I was in the union then. And then I
Yeah,
saw people who were like independent contractors and shit like that. Like my ex-girlfriend's aunt, she was a travel, or her mom was a traveling nurse. And she was like, yo, this Obamacare shit is bullshit. Like they're doing this,
yeah,
they're doing that. But depending on the I guess, whatever hierarchy you're in as far as like making money, it's gonna work for you. So it's not gonna hurt you, right? But if you're in a higher hierarchy, like when it comes to money and shit like that, then some party might hurt you, some won't. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm all about just fucking having straight power. You know what I mean? Like if you're an independent contractor, why would you want to be taxed so much? You know what I mean? If you're a broke motherfucker, I can see why you would vote for Democrats. But then again, they're both the same. It's just that people's going to pick which shit sandwich is better. You know what I mean? That's pretty much what they're doing. So that's why like you never saw me get on a panel talking politics. You never, I don't do that type of shit because people getting their fifis real quick.
yeah,
So that's I look at fucking a lot of shit, man.
yeah.
You doing try to
Yeah.
find a link or something?
Nah, I'm just looking at something. But yeah, they get emotional with this stuff, man. They be arguments on every panel. And I try to stay away from it. Thank God for Art of New South. Like he try to be curious with people's mind. But some people gonna believe what they gonna believe, man.
Mm-hmm.
I just leave it alone. Just let them be who they are. And it turns into little arguments and shouting matches. Once I got older, I said, man, I don't really care about this shit anymore. Because I already know who controls it and who's what. And it's
Right.
about money end of the day, because they're about making that money.
Well, this is what I've also said, sir. So now like me, I'm pretty much like anti-marriage. I don't want kids, and that's for
Yeah,
me.
yeah,
But I've
yeah,
always tried to help brothers like who want to. Like when I was in MRA, like fuck the contract. Don't sign the contract. And if the chick was like, nah, I'm not gonna do it like that, then okay, well you make her kick rocks. You know what I'm saying? So my thing was, if you keep preaching marriage and having kids and having this fucking family, hey, that's great. But you know what it does? It's a workaround to the root cause of the problem why people are getting divorced now. Why marriage to certain people is no longer sacred, right? It's a fucking joke. You know what I'm saying? So what you do is you stop signing that marriage contract, make the marriage rates go down. You know what I'm saying? Until men get more of a fair shake on the shit, and then when you have these kids, you push them into fucking politics. You reel your kids into politics so you can stop begging these motherfuckers for everything. That's what everybody's doing. They're fucking
mm,
begging. You're not. That's not how you get power. You don't get power by begging, dog. You
yeah,
take. That's how
yeah,
you get power.
yeah. You take it by force.
Yeah. So I'm like, look, man, reel your fucking kids into politics if you really, you know what I'm saying? If you really that fucking hard up into getting something for black people, and you push your kids into politics, how many more fucking football players do we need? How many more rappers do we fucking need? We don't need no more of that motherfucking shit, man. I get tired of that
and,
shit.
and basketball players as well. We don't
I
need
mean,
all.
any entertainment industry, unless it's your own distribution shit, you know what I'm saying? You getting juxed anyway.
Yeah. Even the I don't want to say the sexual market, like the pornography, man. There's so many and it's so saturated. It's gonna be funny. Like both sides gonna be destroyed, but the tricking stuff, I try to tell them, be careful, man. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's like it's similar to the game stuff, but be careful with all of it. Don't broadcast it, man. I try to tell them that stuff can get you killed in the long run. Because a lot of times they put that charge on you, and especially when you go to prison. I've seen people both sides get destroyed on that. So
What you
it's
mean?
like I'll say it like this: when people talk about game and tricking, it goes hand in hand with either one. But the problem I have with it is like they both can be uncompromising positions because 9 out of 10 you can't win either way. Some people's gonna pay, some may not. But why lose yourself with a piece of ass that she's gonna turn on you anyway? And I've always learned that like they'll turn on you in the flip of that.
Right,
And marriage is bad enough. It's bad enough.
right.
It is a form of natural tricking. I hate to say that, but damn, I can't believe I
Okay.
said.
Well,
But it,
here's the
but it,
thing
but
that
it has this.
people.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, here's the thing, and I don't know how I got this far with that word trick. Right.
Yeah.
Um, a trick is a female. It's not a dude. A dude
Yeah.
is a John, right?
Yeah.
Because the bitch is turning tricks,
Yeah.
right? The thing is, for some reason, it fell on men being a trick. But what some people will do is you want to get down to the bones, right?
Hmm.
Well, I want to go further. I want to get down to the bone marrow. So my thing is, if relationships are transactional, such as prostitution, wouldn't that make all relationships transactional? Isn't
Yeah.
that a form of fucking tricking?
Yeah. All of it
You're
is in some
you're
degree.
you're actually you're actually going out, buying a, getting on your fucking knees, saying, "Hey, will you let me take care of you for the rest of my life?" That's what you're doing. And
Yeah.
in turn, I'm gonna get this for you, get this for you. All you gotta do is make me some meals, take care of the house, and have some kids. You see
Mm.
what I'm saying? That's
That's the
the way I
painful
look at
part.
it.
That's the painful part about it. Actually, you put babies in a chick that you don't like, and next thing you know, she got you. That's the worst thing too. And you think about traveling. One thing I have a problem with those SYSBM dudes. They promote it like it's cool, but dude, if you're married and you don't want this woman, and you try to marry her for, I never understood their concept. Like, look, I
Okay,
understand travel, but you said the marriage part. You said they're marrying these bro. I'm like, nah, man, that's not. You supposed to be
okay.
free.
So here's the thing.
Yeah,
With the SBM shit.
yeah,
So the reason I understand it is because I understand the acronym of
yeah,
SYSBM.
yeah.
But what
I
you'll
understand.
have is people who don't read the tenets of SYSBM,
Mm,
right? Just like people don't read, or let's just say the ideology behind it, the
mm,
philosophy. People don't read the ideology behind MGTOW because I'm MGTOW, I'm not SYSBM, right?
yeah,
But I understand that, yes, save yourself by stop fucking with these women, who aren't good for you. And it's not about not fucking with black women. It's about fucking mostly with westernized women or women who are supposedly, you know, not a part of gynocracy, right? But
yeah.
if you're a Western woman, you're automatically a part of gynocracy because you have a choice, right? So the
Hmm.
thing is, what happened was people who didn't read it just thought, oh, go to another country and marry another bitch. So,
Hmm.
but you're saying you're red pill, but you're actually blue pill as fuck. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So when I used to say that to people, they used to get mad. Oh, why you hate on SYSBM? I'm not. I'm not. You actually are because you're being a bad rep, right? The thing
yeah,
is, you're still supposed to watch your goddamn back. You know what I'm saying? Because if you look at it, especially to these fucking believers, the Bible was actually black pill. It's telling you female nature, right?
yeah,
So female nature it doesn't stop just because you leave the states, right?
yeah.
Getting another race of woman doesn't matter. It's women in general that inherently have the same nature, right? So if you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, you know what I'm saying, she can still leave you.
Yeah.
Because I've seen motherfuckers do it when I was in the Navy. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? They marry a chick, they bring her back, and guess what? They know the fucking rules. 9, 10 years. All right, boom, I'm done. You know what I'm saying? Or marry to get that green card, divorce your motherfucking ass.
Uh-huh.
Boom, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? You're actually
Yeah.
not supposed to bring them back if you do that, or you can bring them back, but then you take them back to their homeland, like once or twice a year. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? You don't let them watch TV here. You don't let them have any real American fucking female friends. You know what I mean? That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
But guys who do that, and see, SYSBM got mixed up with the Passport Brothers.
Yeah. I've noticed that.
Passport Brothers is different from SYSBM.
Yeah.
You know, and then they just got labeled tricks and the P words and all that shit like that. And
Yeah.
it's like, motherfuckers around here, man. It's like
Yeah.
when I hear blackmail agency, I'm like, that shit don't exist.
Yeah, I thought about it back in the day with Brother Polite, and that's they shit. That's what they came up with. But black men, see, that's that Morris stuff. I found that out. What they was teaching is kind of false. I mean, if we had an agency, we should go against the laws of feminism like they did 1.0. But here's the problem: most brothers don't want to compete with that. It's a feat. You know what I mean? Because
Right,
laws got to change. You got to have your own group, your own flag. It's similar to like reparations, but in my mind, I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna fight for something if no one's not gonna participate because some people are too scared to go against the grain. And
right,
that's just the thing. And that's why I agree with the concept, but what I don't understand is the marriage part. Like, why you want to marry women overseas? I thought y'all was supposed to be anti-Western women. See, they trying to make it American based. That's what.
right. You have to
That's
go somewhere that's not
yeah,
part of the Western world.
yeah.
UK, what here?
That's
What is
West.
it? Yeah, you have to
France,
go. Yeah,
France is West. Italy. Don't get me started. It's a lot. Yeah,
right.
even though it's South, but they have Western thoughts. It's really wild. And I don't want to mix Israel because that's like a garrison state. They have that concept a little bit.
Mm,
It's hard out there too. Um, you want to go to countries like certain places, like I would say, like East Africa and things like that, or Asia. But most of those countries are going to end up with Western philosophy. If we keep invading in those Arab countries and those women turn around and become feminists, what did Wacky said? The custom of it's hard to change. And he said something in his stream. He said, there was some brothers said we need to get rid of feminism. I said, well, that's a hard feat. That they're accustomed to. It'll start a war.
mm-hmm.
A riot. Are you prepared to spill blood or not? But most brothers ain't gonna do that because they so pussy whoop.
Right,
Blue pilled, and you can't really save them. At this
right.
point.
Well, I mean, even when I was in Africa, I was in Bubasa. Oh, I don't know,
Yeah.
Mombasa. So that's like Kenya in
Yeah.
like what 96, 97.
Oh wow.
Um, I didn't see a whole lot of now like Asian countries. Yes, I saw more patriarchal this and that. But there's a lot of places in Africa that are still matriarchal. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? But it's matriarchal, but um, the household was still ran by the man, right? So
Mm.
when most people say, the patriarchy and shit like that, that's why like one day I was in Bernard's chat and they
Mm.
were talking about, oh, the patriarchy, this. I'm like, have you? So I super chatted. I'm like, has anybody on the panel actually seen a true patriarchy?
Yeah, I remember that super chat.
And Zero was like, great question. I'm like, I'm getting tired of fucking hearing this word. You ain't ready for no true patriarchy. And I'll tell you why. If you saw Braveheart, right?
Yeah, I
Remember
saw
when
that.
that motherfucker came over and was like, yo, I'm finna take your bitch.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's my
Yeah.
right to take you. That's a fucking patriarchy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you go to Japan and you work for a company, why do you think they have the most suicide rates over there between men?
Yeah.
Because if you work for a company and they lose money, number one, they'll fire your ass, make you pay it back, and with interest. Motherfuckers kill themselves. That is
Yeah.
a fucking patriarchy. Motherfuckers only know the household part. I'm like, if you're sticking with black women, okay, that's fine. You talk about a matriarchal household. So I would say the black gynocracy because that's what they pretty much sticking with. and women are running them. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But you know, I don't separate white black manosphere. I didn't come up in the black manosphere. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Because I was MRA. I was fighting for men in general, the
Yeah.
betterment of men. Even though I didn't want to get married and have kids, I saw a lot of dudes who do. And
Yeah.
the thing is, if you can't go to the root cause of the problem, you're just trying to do workarounds. You know what I'm saying? It's like having a phone. Well, I can do this with it until I get a new phone.
Yeah.
Instead of just either throwing some shit away and getting a new damn phone. You're not really helping the situation. You're still hurting motherfuckers by pushing them into the whole, well, generational wealth and all this type of shit like that. That's a
Yeah.
fucking dream. That's the blue pill dream, dog, to be honest.
Yeah. I hear that with Mr. Reset, man, Roger Report, and what's he call it? I call him the righteous, nice one, man. He be talking about that stuff. Him and BJ. I don't understand why his followers. I ain't gonna say BGS because he knows it's a bunch of bullshit. But these dudes want that blue pill life, man. I'm like, dude, like some people don't believe that nowadays. The way we see it and now, it's just crazy, man. I don't get it, and they keep repeating the same stuff.
Well, with that, I've been subscribed to Roger for a long time, even before he was going live. I
Hmm.
don't have no problem with what he's saying.
I don't need it.
Um,
Yeah,
the thing is, I already know what it is. I still support the brother. I support a lot of motherfuckers, even if I halfway agree with you,
yeah,
because I don't pick the sides. I don't do all that shit because I can
yeah.
still listen. You know what I'm saying? Me being MGTOW, I already know what the shit is. If I go on certain panels, I'm kicking chairs. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah,
So I'd rather not go on your panel. I'd rather just be in a chat, and I'm what I'm doing is spreading the seed. You know what I'm saying? So everybody else could just have a little bit of reality.
hmm,
You know what I'm saying? I'm going to check your reality. I'm not trying to talk you out of being marriage. I just want you to open your eyes to marriage. And the
yeah,
thing is, saying, well, your legacy and lineage, stop mixing them shits up, man. They're not the same.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? People have kids, because, I want to leave a piece of me on this earth and do that's fine. But realize what you're getting into when shit doesn't work out. And if that scares you to get into it, by all means, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Be scared of it.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you have to look at these type of things,
Yeah.
you
Some,
know.
yeah, some people don't. I mean, it's a risk. I mean, you put your child into danger. Now, if it has a purpose, yeah, let the child grow and learn about people. I mean, you can raise it as you want it, but here's the thing: when they get older, like teenage and up to their 20s, they have to realize the world is not very nice, man. I had to learn the hard way in my 20s, and even in my 30s. I'm learning now see what it is. I'm like, yeah. Even online, you learn a lot about people's and their motives, but in the
Mm-hmm.
real world, like on jobs, yeah, people can be real assholes. I know, I've seen it firsthand. So, they ain't gonna be nice to you, especially these laws about, against men. When I first heard of male groups, it
Mm-hmm.
was somewhere around 2008, 2012. MGTOW
Mm-hmm.
was not as big back then. I mean, it was big, but not as big as it is now because what I'm seeing, like, everybody's got different versions of it. Some of them are actually living a MGTOW life, and you got some that just want to be saying it, kind of like the SYSBM thing. But the Ignore thing, I understand they're trying to reform black men, but it reminds me 9 years ago with the pro black stuff. It's a weird version of reforming men. They're trying to say they red pill, but okay. I try to play along with them and listen. They always had these discussions, but I get it.
Well, I mean, I've never been okay. So like I said, um, each little male improvement movement is different in their own right, right?
Yeah.
But um, so I can get with a lot of things from all little movements. But if you read like what is it, the eighth tenet or whatever of Itmore,
Hmm.
that automatically lets you know that it's still pro black.
Yeah.
Because it says that you can only have children with black women. That's what it
Yeah.
says.
Yeah.
That's still pro black to me. I think, yeah, every man should have a fucking deep introspect of themselves. That's why I'm 5%er. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Um, because that's part of what it is. And part of that too is like, they'll say you're a woman, you're a black woman or whatever like that. But if I just apply everything to just life in general, I'm not gonna be stuck on the color. I've never been stuck on the color before, even when I was pro black, 91 to 93, partly 94.
Hmm.
But because I was never like, hunting down and wanting to be a black woman and preaching, yo, you gotta stick with your kind. I'm like, these bitches ain't ours. We don't belong to them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, you're not pro black then. I'm like, there's levels of being pro black. And,
Oh,
and when you have a guy that just thinks outside the box, you're a coon, you're a traitor, you're Uncle
yeah.
Tom. I'll take
Yeah.
being Uncle Tom, that's fine, because he was actually a fucking hero. Let
Yeah.
them tell it. But
Yeah.
I'll take it all. I'll take all the smoke. I'm a fucking realist and I see what's going on. If you see what's going on and you still going with that shit, then what does that make you?
Yeah. I try not to be too pro black. I mean, yeah, I grew up in it in a way in school. The problem is a lot of people take that stuff too far. Yeah, they have these interracial relationships. That's what's confusing me. They'll say one thing and then I ain't trying to save these bras that ain't ours, man. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I mean, that's funny though. Like I'm not saving trash, man. If they don't want to change it, I just let them be, man. I got into a discussion with Sister George about both sides is bad. Yeah, but you got one person that think they right all the time. No, I ain't with that stuff, man. Like it's just the internet. I'm like, I'm good on that. It's just the thing is y'all can get upset about them, but I just let them be. And the best not to say nothing to them on panels because they testing your head really if you want them or not.
Mm.
And the ignorance don't get it. Like you could talk about this stuff, but they trying to say, "Oh, we're not pro black." In a way, you are. In a way,
Your
you can't say
tenant
these
says
things.
it. You
Yeah,
know what it more reminds me of, to be honest
yeah,
with you?
yeah,
So do you remember the movie Don't Be a Menace While Drinking Your Gin and Juice is
yeah,
Good?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You remember that dude?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that pro black dude? When he was like, yeah, can y'all stop using the word nigga? But then he was like, yo, get my laundry from that chink motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Or when he went to the party, he was talking to the black girl and he was like, yo, tap that white girl for me. That would be it more to me, except that he can't make babies with her.
Mm.
That would be, to me, that's what it looks like. Because a lot of pro black dudes will say, like, even coming up in LA, with the pro black area, you know what I'm saying? They're like, yeah, man, I fuck him, but I ain't having kids with him.
Yeah,
So why would you call him a cave beast and still want to fuck a cave beast then?
yeah. That's kind of odd, man. Like,
See what I'm saying? I saw shit like that when I was young. I was actually red pill at 6, even before all these acronyms that are out now. I was already that before.
mm,
I just never was blue pill. I
yeah,
my I was raised by my pops, so my pops never showed me little shit like that.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? He never, even my pops being, a pastor, Christian.
yeah,
He knew I was atheist. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? And he never had a problem with it because, he knew who I was because I was him. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? In so many ways. So when my mind was made up already, it was already made up. You know
yeah,
what I'm saying? He knew that I could see shit in just a realistic form, man, and not be mesmerized by, magical, esoteric shit or
yeah,
believing in God because of this. Because I saw my dad, and for him to tell me other than yes, he was a Christian, reverend. Before that, you weren't. I know what you were before that. So what could you really tell me?
yeah,
You know what I mean? And that's just the way I look at a bunch of people, who see shit and recognize it, and it's like, yo, fuck it, man. But we gotta do better. We gotta do this. No, you have to do that.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like, you can't keep saying we're not a monolith as black people, but then
mm,
say we gotta be pro-black. That
yeah,
shit don't add up, bro.
yeah. It's yeah. I can't stand when they say that. The monolith thing is we're not a monolith. They got that from a movie. I think someone checked Archer about that, and they said, "Dude, you got to stop saying that." And then I like when Platinum said, "Dude, you got to stop saying that."
What does he say?
the monolith thing. He said you got to stop saying it, and I think everybody get on those people that say that. You got to stop saying it. If you're gonna say that, you're gonna have to include everyone. But they just think they're
What is
pro
he
black.
saying? Wait, what is he saying? We are monolith?
No, he's saying we're not a monolith. You know, they always use that, right? And then
Mm,
claim they pro black. I'm like, dude, you got to let that go, man. Like it's one or the other. I mean, I don't see the point. If you're gonna make that statement, be about it, you know, because some people they pretend they're about it, but in reality they're just not, you know. When I was younger, you know, yes, I was messed up in the blue pill sense, but I didn't become red pill till I lost my grandmother at 15, and
mm,
then dove into this stuff, and then really awoken, you know, in the matrix. And I was red pill since when I was doing content, you know, yeah, I learned the Hebrew stuff, and sometimes I just fall back from it, stick to the history and things like that, you know.
mm-hmm,
And I'm figuring my own self out. Really, I'm chasing enlightenment from me
mm-hmm.
at this point, you know, because if it is what it is, then, you know, I'm just going to learn to accept it. And I was like, fuck it. I'm just going to be black pill to the death of me, you know, and that's it. You know, what
Right.
else? You know,
Well, the monolith thing, I've never heard him say that before, but that would mean operating all as one accord, right?
yeah,
Right. But I've heard people say that we're not. I'm like, yeah, we're not. But you're also at the same time saying that, you know, we all need to be pro black. Then that
yeah,
would mean that we're a monolith.
yeah,
And 95% of black Americans are pro black by default,
yeah.
you know? So, like I'm saying, you can't say B that we're not all one and
That's what I'm saying.
then,
Yeah.
yeah, you know what I'm saying?
I
That we're
was
not
saying,
all one, but then say
yeah,
we need to be all one at the same time.
yeah. Yeah, he was saying no. He was saying we're not a monolith, but then trying to say pro-black, like you just said,
Oh, okay,
that
okay.
that problem I cannot stand. And they all said, I'm like, dude, you can't say that. And then you know, black people's pro-black by default anyway. Like
Yeah.
that's hard to go against it, you know. But it's crazy. They just want to say something, you know. Like I've noticed. And I try not to say nothing in the chat or a panel. I'm like, dude, what's the point though? Like, you know, people gonna go against you for saying that. Like, don't they understand? Like, you know, people recording what you're saying, but you know, and how can you hate Black Lives Matter? You know, I understand they have a different when it comes to money and stuff like that. I wouldn't even care what they do at this point
I'm not
because
down to.
yeah, I don't care what they do, anything, you know, because I look at them as a fringe group of the far left into abyss, but they have some weird methods, you know, of protecting people. You know, I know they support the other agendas, but still. But in politics, they just irrelevant, man. They're really irrelevant.
I won't lie. I think in all aspects of the society shit, they're irrelevant because number one, they're built off of bullshit.
Yeah,
They're built off the fucking gynocracy, first of all.
yeah,
So, you know, if you're a real man and you read their damn motto or I
hmm
forgot what you call them, their tenants, right?
yeah,
It automatically tells you that they're trying to break up the nuclear family. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying? And it's like, okay, so if you're a dude who preaches about the patriarchy and you're rolling with fucking BLM, you got to be a dumbass motherfucker. There's no way that I can believe in Black Lives Matter, but you're still trying to, you know, get rid of, you know, the family structure. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not a family guy, to be honest with you. I'm not like with the whole family thing and the structure, but I understand it. You know what I'm saying?
it's a bit.
Yeah. I mean, you're literally trying to get rid of. You're trying to make the word family be something else when you know it's supposed to be fucking man, woman, and child. And you're rolling, and you're a black straight male rolling with that shit. That don't make sense to me.
Yeah. At
So it
once,
just fucks me up.
yeah. Once upon a time, I like in my early 20s, I thought I was you know, I had a family man mindset. But the more and more I realize, I'm like, nah, I'm far from that. You know, it's a business. Once I knew marriage was a business, I said, oh hell no, you know. And then the laws and it's been a while. I almost had that mindset, but I grew out of once I was in the workplace. I said, nah, I'm not a family guy. Nah,
Mm-hmm.
it's just something. I'm not trying to invest in the future, especially if I ever get to be 40. I'm not trying to have kids at 40. You know, I'm good because I'm at,
No,
yeah,
I've
it's
always called it a granddaddy daddy.
yeah,
Like I just turned 46, dude, and people, oh, you don't want no kids, man. You probably be a great father. I'm like, you know what? I could be, but you know
yeah,
what? I'm not banking off of what I could have been. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying? I mean, on both sides of my mom and dad family, um, we got a big family, right? On
yeah,
one hand, my mom's side of the family, even though everybody on the outside looks like they're together, of course, you still have in family fighting,
yeah.
right?
Same with mine. Yeah,
And like I said, my dad's side of the family, I was raised by my dad. So this is what I saw. I saw a big family, but that wasn't really intact. You know what I'm saying? So could that have been what I saw paved the way of how I am now? Well, sure. Because a lot of times your past will create your present. On one hand, hey man, I could be a family guy if maybe I saw, marriages and this. I just saw people together, right? But on the other hand, I'm glad I'm not because my whole view of the world is completely different and I'm living, where I see shit in reality. Like I'm not the dreamer in that aspect of the family and society. Like I've never had that blue pill perspective of life. You know what I'm saying? So I'm actually glad that that shit never got to me. I can't I can't lie because
yeah.
I hear a lot of people, man, and they're going through fucking. I want to say red pill rage, and even though I've had the discussion of red pill and blue pill rage,
Uh huh.
I can't say red pill rage, man. I just can't.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, my first blue pill rage when I was younger. This was before I even lost my grandmother. We were so close. She's a Taurus like I was, and both sides of the family they were friends, but there was a lot of infighting between certain siblings and things like that. I seen that growing up. You know, some families are not happy. You know, all the time. You know, it's always a little infighting, little strifes. And then when she passed away, that kind of changed me and my character a little bit because I always thought that was something. And then when I got older, I figured I realized it's a business now, at this age. And I just turned 33 and I realized, man, it's not even worth it
Well,
at this.
it's always been a business if you break it down.
Yeah. And then I
It's
found
just
out
never
that,
been it's never been as contractual. Being that it's been here.
hmm
It's become more of a business. But really before it's always been a business.
yeah,
You know, two people coming together. That's like two companies. One bought each other out, so they call it merging.
yeah,
You know what I mean? But the merging is the family and the production of kids, workers, and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that's always been a business. But here it's just like people um don't see it as that when it's really become that just by the contract alone. It's a friggin' business.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
I don't care if you get it from the state or a unionized marriage, it's still a contract.
Yeah, it's still a contract.
I still don't understand it. I try to accomplish, yeah, you have a unionized marriage, but you still had to deal with contract. I never understood why he said his wife was what, sapiosexual, and I'm curious about that. And then she died, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now he has to raise his daughter, and that's why you don't see him do a lot of brain trust stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to deal with that. See, that right there, that can never be me. And I was looking at people's lives like that. I was like, man, I ain't that dude, man. I'm sorry. I know.
From my understanding, Complex
Yeah,
did it really different.
yeah,
He didn't sign a contract, a marriage contract. He did it like a real black pill way.
yeah. In a way, I
Well, I
hope it
mean,
wasn't.
I think he did it as a I think he did his marriage as a business.
Yeah,
So there was no contracts or whatever like that.
yeah,
That's how I think he did it.
yeah. That's what I'm thinking too. I hope it wasn't no contract though. But I was curious. I was gonna ask him. He said, "No, I did it different." I said, "Okay." And then his wife died. I'm like, "Wow, yeah, he got lucky." That's the only one. Him and Johnny Bliss. That's the only one that lost their wives early. but they decide not to get married again. But that's a good thing, you know. I
Yeah,
mean, most people need to pick up that model, but they don't do that in the space. They say, "No, I'm gonna try again." I'm like, "You crazy?"
dog. I'm in electrical union, right? So I didn't talk to so many dudes that's been married 2 to 3 times. It's never a one and done
Mm,
because men have this thing in them that just says, "Dude, you know what? It was my fault. I gotta do it again." Like my homeboy, one of my homeboys. This is gonna be his second or third time getting married, and it was pretty much like your divorce is just
oh, you dropped out. Yeah, you dropped out. Hold on. Yeah, you dropped out. He dropped out. Okay. Yeah, he was about to get into something deep. Let's see. Okay, he dropped out. Okay. Yeah, you dropped out. Yeah, you was about
it's StreamYard. I'm on my phone.
yeah.
Feel my shit get. Man, y'all gotta start using Zoom, man. Damn.
I'm trying, man. Yeah,
I'll send you I'll send you a link and I'll show you
yeah,
how to do it. And I'll
yeah.
actually send you I know you have I left my email one day.
Yeah, I got my email.
Um
I'll send you to in the chat.
okay.
Yeah.
Um
It's the same name, but it's just a number 6. It ain't with the sir on it though. Yeah, you can send
what
it to yeah.
so what it's the last what, Obadiah?
Yeah, with a number 6. And
Was it
then
Gmail?
yeah, Gmail at .com. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, just put
Yeah.
it in the back. I'll just take a snapshot or whatever. But no, um I think Complex did it as an LLC.
Yeah.
So it's under the so yeah, he could have signed some type of contract, but under the business, and because you can't truly be married to a business, I don't think you can actually take anything.
Yeah.
So I mean, hey, that's great. The only thing is, like, I know he says I did it the right way and I was married, but you know, I hate to hear that his wife had died, but at the
Yeah.
same time, you also don't know, what would have happened.
Yeah.
So that's the only part that I would have pushback on is that when he says that, you still don't know what would have happened.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, I mean, but it is what it is, man. I don't like to go into that because that shit ain't cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't go into that either, but but that's his life. But he tries to make it like it's like a standard. I'm like, dude, I understand that he lost a loved one. I would be in respect, rest in peace his wife. But him and Johnny Blaze, they had some good topics, but
Mm-hmm.
most dudes, like you said, they don't understand, like you have to look at the risk of that too. Like if she had this disease that's very common in the Hodgkin's disease, it's rare, but it's almost common now. That right there is a risk which you got to deal with. If you're gonna marry again, I wouldn't do it. If you have
No,
to deal with that, yeah.
as much as well, but here's the thing too. So you got a lot of people in the space that was like, I hear a few people just say it like, I don't live by statistics,
Hmm.
right? But then why do you put them out?
Exactly. That's why I don't understand. Yeah.
But let's just say you didn't put out statistics. You do know that knowledge means observing, learning, taking in information, right? Your
Hmm.
brain is already thinking, calculating shit statistically. It's all about numbers. In your head, it's doing it. It's just bringing it a different way to you without you seeing like a mathematical equation or a percentage. It's already letting you know, like if you see like 5 or 10 of your friends go through the same shit, your brain should be telling you something. You know what I'm saying? But people, but dudes are gonna be like, well, nah, that's just them. That ain't me. but not looking at the after. Okay, if it's not you, that's fine. But if you look at the after effects of what happens, like, dude, I know two dudes who killed themselves over a divorce because she took everything. You know what I'm saying? The motherfucker had like 350,000 in his 401k. I want to say she took what 60% of that. The kids, the house, the dick was damn near homeless, man. You know what I'm saying? This happened when he was a fifth year and I was a first year. You know, so back in 2012, it's just like, dude, you know what? I mean, if that was happening to me, I don't think I could kill myself. But just knowing that that shit happens out there, that type of shit should tell you something.
Yeah.
It should have some type of registration in your brain. It's like, yo, all right, it should scare you. That's the whole thing. Certain things should scare you, and if it doesn't, hey. But like I said, I can be the guy, the asshole that'll be like, yeah, I told you so.
Yeah.
I'm the told you so guy.
Yeah. A lot of people don't want to hear that. They say, "What you told you so, man?" Like, I mean, it's common, man. They always bring up empirical data. I mean, that goes for every side, but I try to stay away
Mm-hmm.
from data. Like, it doesn't really matter at this point. If they doing us bad, they're gonna do it anyway.
Right. My
But
data is
that,
my eyes, man.
yeah, that's what I do. But the 10 billion, yes, I know they gonna fuck it up, but that's what they do. But they're gonna probably get a half. They still got to pay it back.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to them now. It's up to them now. We
Right.
can't fight this fight for them. No, we can't hold their hand. No, these
Right.
dudes in this space want to hold their hand. We can't do that, man. Like, I
Yeah,
just
I can't either, man. I can't. You know, and as much as I, but people already know me pretty much. You know,
yeah,
the way I speak and the way I look at things. So they look at it as well. He's you know he's real as fuck, but he doesn't sound negative. You know what I mean?
yeah. You don't have
Except
to.
for fucking that little fag boy, little Big Nate. You know, had
Oh
my name in
yeah,
his mouth.
oh
Negative any you type shit.
yeah, yeah,
I thought that was kind of funny, but I'm
yeah,
actually fucking like not you know I'm just real, and if you can't handle realistic shit, then maybe you shouldn't. You know, I don't know.
yeah.
You
That's why
know,
I go in on what you call it, fantastic sometimes with his politics stuff. I'm just to mess with him, just to troll with him. Like, it ain't even that serious, man. They say you be getting on this skin. Nah, he's it's telling something wrong, but I understand what he's coming from. But he just goes crazy over time. Like, you got to be right all the time. You don't have to, man. Like, you got all this knowledge in the military, and you ain't supposed to be acting like that on pounds. Like, dude, you'd be better off being successful, trying to get a higher rank, but he just ain't gonna do it. But most of these dudes, they just like, what's the point? Because see, politics, like I said, it's like religion, man. I can't argue about points of conservatism all day. That ain't going well. Because
right?
everybody's gonna have different views, man. It's just like, look, if you're gonna take the information or not, I ain't gonna say I told you so, but Trump wasn't gonna save us. He told you that, he's about
No,
his money. He's about his money. I can
and,
tell
and
who he is.
but
You
you live
know,
in a capitalist society, so
yeah,
why wouldn't you be about your money?
yeah,
Biden ain't gonna save the community.
exactly.
He ain't gonna save nobody. I mean, I'm 46. He's had what 47, 48 years in political game, and what has he done?
Not a damn
I
thing.
cannot be a motherfucking 46-year-old Gen Xer, straight heterosexual male, and be like, yeah, Biden's the best dude to run this country. There's no fucking way, dog. But
Yeah,
but I also know, me being union, that most Republicans, namely especially Trump, don't like fucking unions, and they're union busters. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
I could never. So in that case, I still win, but I lose. You know what I mean? Because the guy in office.
hmm,
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
I'm kind of in a win-win situation. I just like if people were realistic about shit, you wouldn't even be fucking And I understand this is YouTube, and I hate
Yeah,
saying I'm the guy who hates saying that. I hate saying it's just YouTube
yeah, I don't
because
even
this
say that
shit
either.
happens outside of YouTube, bro.
Yeah, that's what people don't understand. It's really the same thing. I try not to argue on the job when they had it on TV. When Trump got in the office that year and I was working, I said, I do not want to talk about conservatism or politics with people because my view of it is a little different. It's actually dead, man. It's outdated.
Mm-hmm.
It's really outdated. It's just like you have to be realistic nowadays. You can't just be crying about if he's gonna fix my policies, whatever. You can't just pick a side like that. Like, come on, man. I mean, Biden's not gonna do nothing. All he's gonna do is the same thing what Obama did for his first 4 years and 8 years together. That's all he's gonna do. He's gonna maintain it. Because people's in a panic mode, right? It's like, well, I gotta have this blue pill world, man. I gotta have a society, man. I'm like, all right. And what happens next if it crumbles? But they don't
Yeah.
want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that because they're so stuck in time. That's that nostalgia, man. They just don't want to let go. It's like a video game. In the sandboxes, you ever play Assassin's Creed, it shows you. It exposes the truth. But when you solve that puzzle, that key, that Eden, that apple, it's a key, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every series it talks about a key with the assassins, right? But there's one game called Rogue, right?
Mm-hmm.
Deals with trees. But Shay realized it fucks up the planet. He shouldn't have saved it, but in his mind, look, I'm gonna save it anyway. But he started killing assassins, man. He flipped on them.
Mm-hmm.
That was the only game that people hate because it was different, because he's joined the other side. But it was not a practical choice, but it was more of let me see what they're like. They ain't shit either, but both sides ain't. Why come to find out those games with the background, it has some form of a realistic view of how they operate. They both want the same thing. The difference is one wants freedom, one has the father of understanding, kind of like the church, that cross,
Mm-hmm.
that's a real problem. And it's not that very different, really. I don't see any difference of the two.
Well,
Yes, you know,
that goes back to Harvey Dent's coin,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
People thought that it was like a heads or the tails. When in reality, the shit was the same side on both sides. So he still had to make the fucking decisions. You know
yeah,
what I'm saying? Like people have to really examine things and look at it as, okay, well, which one do I pick? Do I pick society, or do I pick which makes sense? Because society in itself doesn't make sense,
yeah,
you know. And that's what I've always looked at shit at, man. Like
yeah,
that's why I've always been, pretty much an independent. I can only be so much of nonconformist because there's certain parts where, I believe in a hierarchy because I've been in uniform for a long time and pretty much, throughout my life. So there is a part of hierarchy that I believe in, but I'm also a person who's very independent.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So I have to make decisions within that.
yeah. But the thing is, like certain games, I never understood why they put so much nihilism in them, and it's so
Mm-hmm.
deep. Like in certain series, like Ubisoft be telling on itself about these characters, even though in Watch Dogs and the Assassin's Creed series, they just throw them in there like gems. And I understand what those characters are. Like in the background, they said why Altair had 9 fingers. Well, that's a ritual they did in Syria, but I didn't know he was a Syrian character. I was like, shit.
See, I never saw these games, man.
Yeah, but I understand what those games are. But they have messages in
Mm-hmm.
'em. When I played them, like, okay, it's not about just killing people, but you have to solve puzzles, how
Mm-hmm.
the world view. It's like a genetic memory, right, for your
Mm-hmm.
ancestors, right?
Right.
It's pretty much the same. They did the same shit. People still dumb in religion. You deal with rituals and stuff, but here's the thing: it's a similar outcome. You know, it's the same similar outcome. It's really no different, really. And you're gonna come to find out that they did the same thing. So it's like you're repeating history But in the real world, what's his name? Desmond. I think he did three. He did one with the Syrian character. He did one with
Mm-hmm.
the Italian. He did one with the Native American. AC3 is my favorite because it exposed what America is. America was going to be, violent, but people didn't realize it was about money the whole time. It wasn't about the British. No, the French had it first, but the British wanted more power.
Right.
They want to control people. But here's what happened to the British. Some of the people got tired, and I hate to say they're a race of cowards, which they are. They overthrew the country, and nobody really died that incident in that riot, and it exposed the truth in the game. They put that out there based off Ubisoft. See, Ubisoft know our history better than we do.
Right.
Funny thing
Right.
is, they so black pill with these games, they just drop it in your face, and people think it's like a blue pill rip.
Just a
No, no.
game.
Yeah, it's just a game, but you have to understand the science behind those characters and the guys that voice acted. They just come out and say it like, look, this is what he's about, man. I mean, every assassin is different, and then that one, I think his name was Shay, people got upset and they said, why he went Templar? Dude, they have to make that to sell the game. They got tired of the assassins a little bit. You have to have a switch up, every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just saying.
I'm wondering if I had been into those types of games, like would I have seen them? Would I have seen like a message in there? Because
You
I
would.
was I was never a gamer, so
Yeah,
like when people
I was,
talking
I
about
would say,
games or all this,
yeah,
like I've
yeah,
never played them, so
yeah, you
But
would.
I can get the gist of things when people tell me about the game. I'm like, oh, okay, they dropping this kind of science right here.
Yeah, yeah. The games like, okay, I'll give you an example. Unity is talking about the French Revolution, right? With Arnold, right? You have
Mm-hmm.
to find a sword. But the trick is you got to find every guy you got to kill to assassinate, right? To a Templar group. But the Templar group has power, right? And he even tells you we're one and the same at the end. That's the fucked up thing about it because even if you defeat him, they want the same thing. So, and
Yo, you can hear me, right?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
And the Assassin's Creed Rogue, that one that's different from all the other Assassin games. He was an assassin first,
Mm-hmm.
and the thing collapsed in Portugal, right? If you actually play the game in the beginning, then when he started becoming a Templar, he does get shot off of a cliff, but
Mm-hmm.
survives in New York, right? And what he realized, Achilles had ill intentions. They never thought that that character had ill intentions. So it's based off a precursor of AC3, Assassin's Creed 3. It's a backstory to that game. See, AC4, okay, his grandfather Edward, the pirate, right? Same concept, right? They was trying to make the games uh, the opposite of the Assassins, but the pirate game slash almost Templar game was based. That's how that game got created. But see, Unity in this game came out around the same time, so it has a little connection of the two. With Arnold said, "Who killed his dad?" It was the same guy, Shay, and they
Mm-hmm.
exposed that. I was like, "Damn, killed his dad," and over the same old stuff they've been talking about, fighting up who's gonna rule the world and stuff. But the problem with these games, they tell so much truth in them. People don't dig it out, and they like that's what they talk about. No, there's some truth to it. A lot of these assassins have their own motives, man. Like their leaders is corrupt either way. It's they're no different than the Templar leaders. All I see is they still kill each other. They still don't have no unity, and they have their own motives. It's just like in movies. It's like entertainment. What I've noticed, we got too much of it. Of it. I don't want to see it play out in the real world, which it does. It's just hidden. You know,
Right.
it's very hidden.
Right. Yeah. Some messages are so hidden though that they're in your face.
Yeah.
That's the funny part.
Yeah. And that's why I'm starting to learn like everything you play or watch or on the news, a lot of shit's hidden. You think this shit's real until you experience it, you be like, what the fuck is going on here? You know? And people in the spirit, man, they just crazy. They be saying anything, damn thing, just to get clicks. Like the KS guy. I just like, look, I don't care about dude. He could. I said this in DS one chat. I called him a high value bum. I said this dude was a HVB, and they started laughing. They said, "Yeah, he's right. He is a high value bum." I was like, "Yeah, in a way, he wasn't successful. He just clout chased. That's all he did, you know. But it was smart in a way because I understand what he was doing."
I
And
mean, I'll be honest. I have nothing against him because I don't know him. I just,
yeah,
I don't even watch his content.
me neither.
I did probably in the beginning, and it was just like, yo, I'll agree that not everything he was saying that was wrong in the beginning. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Some people have a problem with, a Metro guy or whatever, because I've seen a
yeah,
lot of like alpha fucking Metro dudes before,
yeah.
like growing up. And these motherfuckers are the type of dudes that would actually take your bitch. You know what I'm saying? If you really want to
Oh
get
yeah,
down to the
oh
fucking
yeah,
meat, right? The thing is, when he switched it over, when you say that you're trying to help women, look at all the women that call in, right? You
yeah,
bitches already done, yo. They give you every excuse of why they're not married. But first of all, how old were you when you had the baby? 18. Why'd you get married? I was too young. But he never asked a question. So why is it always that these women have babies young, but they can have the baby young, but they're not too young to get married? You see what I'm saying? So if
yeah,
you're going to preach marry before you carry, then why isn't that question being arising there? And those, when they start naming all types of shit, right?
uh-huh.
So the bitches, it's kind of like selling motherfucking soup sandwiches. You know what I'm saying? The shit ain't gonna last. They coming in here with problems, and you say, "Oh, well, you're fat, you're kind of ugly, you got these kids, but if you just do this, then you can get a man. You can do this, you can do that." It's like, yo, you're basically repackaging dirty shoes and sell them to people. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So I can't ride with that. Now I had never jumped off the top rope and called a nigga gay. You
yeah.
know what I mean? Because I normally don't
I
do
got
that.
to. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't just go around calling people gay.
yeah.
I might be like,
Not
oh yeah,
online.
that's some
Yeah,
gay ass shit or whatever, whatever. The thing is though, the dude did say something to another guy, and I'm like, yo, that's sus as fuck.
that is suspect to me.
I would never fucking, I would never fucking, yo, man, yo, what
Yeah,
the hell? So it is what it is, but you're not the fucking face of the black manosphere. There's
yeah,
actually no real hierarchy. I saw how shit came down. I mean, it's a digital space, dog. So
yeah,
I mean, I can understand people who were around in the beginning, who have been around, but
yeah.
um, nobody's my boss in this motherfucker.
Yeah. Wacky tells you all the time how it started. I mean, yeah, it started out with him, Solon Black, in 2008. And Solon Black was MRA himself. He was cool with Barbarossa. Barbarossa was like a student of his in the
Yeah, I
wall.
was around. I was around when the
Yeah.
shit started.
Yeah. Yeah. He said it best. Like they had a nice concept. That wallet size wasn't no joke. Them women
Mm-hmm.
was tripping. And the
Mm-hmm.
way he said it and Wacky said it, and I said, damn, see, this is why I like Wacky. He's more MRA-ish in a way.
Mm-hmm.
But the Hebrew stuff, that's separate from us. You know, we don't really enforce that on nobody. That's our own belief.
Mm-hmm.
But we understand the MRA tactic, you know, men's rights, and we battled feminists. I never talk about women on my content. No way. What's the point? Because I already know what they're gonna do anyway. Because they
Mm-hmm.
get too emotional. They use the same talking points. I got in the discussion with Sister George on the third shift. I'm like, she was coming in with ad hominems and
When
stuff.
was this?
It was on the third shift that Kuda had. It was like 10 hours. I'm like, you know, I was on it
Was
and I
this
got
last
up
night or
early this
something?
morning. Yeah, it was like early this morning, like
Oh,
almost like to the night. And then he did like a part of the third shift. I fell asleep and then I got up around three something or no, 5 in the morning. I got up 5 in the morning. It was late. And it was like a 3 hour mark and I got into the stream yards of the live stream. She came in later in between with Jessica X, and you know they try to throw their little attacks. I'm like, I'm all right, you know. And she hopped off the panel. She said, "This ain't fucking with me." No, you hopped off the panel because I was getting in your ass, man. Like
oh,
we,
what was y'all talking about? What was y'all
we
saying?
was talking about a lot of stuff. You know what happened to the game versus non-game. You know they still want to bring that. To me, I don't really care. I mean, it started about that little dude named Hammer. He's in Kuta City.
Again?
Yeah, and Kuda started laughing. He said, "I'm done with that, yo, man. Like, let them have it. If they gonna do this." And the thing is, we don't judge the guys if they trick, but just be careful, man. Don't try
No,
to
they
make.
judge. They
Yeah,
judge.
yeah, they
They
judge.
judge. I don't
Yeah,
want to hear that. They
yeah,
judge.
yeah,
If they didn't judge, they wouldn't be calling you that. So they
yeah,
judge.
yeah,
It's like a nigga saying that I ain't judging you, dog, but you kind of lame. You're
yeah,
judging. It
yeah.
is what it is. I
In a
don't
way,
don't don't
I'll
don't
say,
do it soft, sir.
yeah,
Don't do it soft.
yeah,
Everybody judges.
yeah,
Everybody.
yeah,
So I just take it as it is. But
yeah, yeah.
not to cut. No, I didn't mean to cut you off. But when
No,
people
no, no.
say that
You're right.
shit,
You're right.
it's
Yeah,
a thing.
I don't say it like this. Now, I did judge what's his name, Pablo, in a way, but why show your wives and getting doxxed? Though I would never do that. For
Mm-hmm.
one. But see, this is why I'm not a married dude. See, married dudes to me, they do the weirdest shit. Why show you women online? Why show them in person? Like, look, I ain't got time to want your wife. I ain't trying to cheat on her if you want me to bang her, man. Like these dudes is weird, man. I look at them different now. When I was younger. I try to give them the respect thing, but dude, like you showing your ass on YouTube like that, I just couldn't do it, man. Like me and could have had this discussion, like why people want to date these YouTubians, man. I said, I don't know, man. You tell
Well,
that person, you tell.
I got pushback on that though.
Yeah.
My pushback on that is why not? I'm very serious about that.
Yeah.
What's the difference from me meeting a bitch at a grocery store, a
Yeah.
library, on Facebook, or a dating site?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
I mean, they ain't even have a dating app on this thing, but they going to, I think, in the next couple of years. I mean,
Well, being live streaming is a dating app already because you have a live chat,
yeah.
you have a back chat, you could throw
Oh,
links, you can
yeah.
send emails, you can do this, you can do that. It's a dating site. That's
Yeah.
why I said I'm breaking shit down to the bone marrow, Sorbadayı.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
like here's my thing. When I say why not? Why is it that motherfuckers get flipped on when they be like, oh, you trying to get a YouTube bitch? It's like, well, wait a minute. If you on a dating site, I can be like, well, you be on POF, nigga. Or you go to the motherfucking grocery store to get a bitch. Like, what the fuck? If it don't work, it don't work. The only thing is, the difference is just technology, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
From
It's a
back in the
gateway.
days. If
Yeah.
I met a bitch at a fucking grocery store and the shit didn't work out and she want to go on YouTube and put it on motherfucking blast, nigga, the shit's still on blast. What's the fucking difference?
Yeah.
What's the difference? Nothing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's why when I say that I'm apathetic and like a pragmatic. Just think about the shit, man. Just
Yeah.
think about the shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense to even ask that shit. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, now I won't be sliding no bitches DMs on some thirsty
Nah,
shit.
nah, that ain't
But
me.
but the thing is, I know niggas that slide DMs,
Yeah.
right?
And here's the thing, they be telling on you though. I just laugh when they get exposed. Like, dude, you should have if you want that, go ahead. That's why I don't mess with what's her name? Celeste and JX. I mean, the way they be exposing these dudes, man, I'm like, shit, man. Like, y'all want to date her, man. And that's why I'm being in her chats like that. I'm like, what did Platt said? They be thirsty. Yeah, I just let them be thirsty, man. Like, if you love her, you love her. And here's the fucked up thing about it. They try to tell her
You
the
love it,
cam.
you love it.
They, they try to tell her the cam up. I'm like, why? Why? At this point, I don't even care about if she don't cam up or not. At this point, I'm like, okay, fine. What's
Mm-hmm.
the difference if she does cam up? If she's, what's the point?
Well, my main thing is, um, I'll go the opposite. Um,
Okay.
why are you still listening to her? Right
Yeah.
now, it's not that I dislike her or anything like that.
Yeah.
I'm just going off the talking point of a nigga will quick soon to ask you, nigga, cam the fuck up, nigga, cam up, right? Why you asking the dude to cam up? And some
Exactly.
of these chicks around here, you've seen them, cammed up, or
Yeah.
that you haven't,
It's plenty.
right?
It's plenty. Yeah, it's plenty. Yeah.
The thing is, you've seen these bitches around here, but you don't care if this one particular one cams up, and then you'll be like, oh, but the message is still the same. Okay, but You see the other chicks, they've camed up. My thing is like, just keep the same energy everywhere you go.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like on panels in the chat, offline, people who live out here in Vegas, they've already met me, been in my crib. You know what I'm saying? I'm the same motherfucker. I'm not just behind an avatar. You know, I be cammed up, all kind of shit. All that doxing shit, it is what it is. Like you can't really, what are you gonna do? Like I've already said where I live and what I do. So,
Yeah.
you know, what are you gonna find on me? You ain't gonna find shit. You know,
Yeah.
what, a couple DUIs in this motherfucker?
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's like I was the guy that in this space was like, yeah, man, women shouldn't be in a space, dog.
Yeah.
Because when I thought about the barbershop, when I used to go to the barbershop, I'm like, females didn't stay in the barbershop, dog. They
No, they
bounced.
didn't. No, they
You know what
didn't.
I'm saying? And
I remember that.
I hate the idea of a man cave because I'm like, okay, you look at where a man cave is at for the most part in the dude's house, right? It's either
Mhm.
in his garage, you know what I'm saying, or in a
A
basement.
special in the basement, or a special room in the basement,
Right.
garage, or underground. I would say tunnel overseas. That's what some people
Right.
do. Yeah, something like that.
So why couldn't this space be a man's fucking space? You know what I'm saying? Now you give them power by letting them in.
Yeah, I blame the
You know
dudes
what I
for
mean?
that. I'm tell
I've always blamed the dudes for that,
yeah,
right? Now
Wacky said the same thing. Yeah,
right, as you start to get to know people, you'll see shit. They'll show you their hands, man. It's not hard to
yeah,
see if you're really a
it's
woke
funny,
dude,
man. Man, it's so
right?
fun.
Like I
Yeah,
don't have any problem with her, and I've told her this before. You know what I'm saying? I've told her this before. I always think that women are feminists. If I haven't seen you, I think you're either fat, a feminist, and then I ask you, if you're for a man, what are you doing for the better benefit of men, right?
yeah,
In this fucking country. If you ain't on some whole MRA type shit and you're a female, then to me you're still a feminist because you're not gonna give it. Now I understand she's not from here, but feminism exists over there too.
oh
So
yeah,
for me, I'm applying it both ways, right?
mm,
Um, I don't have a problem with fucking Kendra. It took me a minute to get into her. I had to go back like to her whole everything, all her videos and shit like that. I started watching. I'm like, she's not doing a bad job, right?
yeah. She's
And you
consistent.
know,
Yeah,
she's consistent. I support her. You know what I'm saying? Me and Sister George is cool. Like the thing is, I don't hate anybody enough to say, "Fuck you." I ain't even watching you because I already
yeah,
know what it is.
yeah,
Everything is either a fucking joke, a troll, to
yeah,
get niggas riled up. So when
yeah.
motherfuckers say like women shouldn't be in a space because it gets niggas riled up,
Hmm.
my thing is, why the fuck are you getting so riled up over a fucking female?
Yeah,
You see what
exactly.
I'm saying? For the most part, I'm kind of putting the onus on men because
Yeah,
I'm a fucking man. If you claim to be alpha, claim to be this man, King Kong beating on your chest type of nigga, why are you getting so flustered when a female comes in the chat? You know, you can be a whole King Kong Godzilla on a panel, then when a bitch comes in the chat, now you're sipping like a motherfucker.
especially on panels too, and screaming at them. See, that's one thing you don't see me do is argue with them. I had a decent discussion with Sister George. It was like a debate. It wasn't no argument, but I said, Sister George, you can't blame both sides. You're in a man's space. You know, men gonna have different views on different topics and stuff. I'm like, the way she sounded this morning, I'm like, girl, were you here to troll or you just playing around? Like, how can you be over here? And he said, I check everybody. And I said, I don't believe you. They kill me saying that. Like, I don't believe you. And you got a whole husband. That see that right there, I just laugh, man. That's why I don't take
I
that.
don't. If you're not saying, "Hey,
Yeah,
I'm trying to fight for,
yeah,
men. I'm here for men. I'm in the man space trying to fight for men." Okay, 5%ers always say what? Niggas show and prove.
yeah,
If you ain't showing and proving, then I just don't believe you.
yeah,
I mean, straight up and down. So it is what it is. I don't
yeah,
hate you for it. What
yeah,
I do, I tell you what I will do. I will appreciate you for exposing the motherfucking marks out here.
yeah,
You know,
yeah,
on some real shit.
yeah.
Because
It's
let's put it this way: you can't technically kick nobody out of the space.
oh, you
You
can't.
can you can block them from coming in the chat, coming up on panels. All they will do is just sit there and listen, probably fucking record your shit, clip it, and put it on their shit. You know what I mean? You can't really kick nobody out of space.
No, you
That
can't.
shit ain't gonna work.
Yeah,
But really, what you did is when I say open the door, you're letting them in by letting them get on panels, let them have their piece, let them do this, let them do that. That's the type of shit that I don't like. You know, on certain dudes' panels.
yeah,
You know what I mean? It's like, yo, man, when you start giving them control, though, they're gonna take it because that's what the fuck they do. And then you can't reel it back in. Then you have guys fighting over shit. And so what they're gonna
yeah,
do is sneak out the goddamn back door. Now niggas gonna be fighting.
yeah.
It's like you
I
did
see
it.
it. I see that on both sides, and even in politics.
Mm-hmm.
What's in politics destroys us as a whole. And I've learned a lot from last year and this year. See, Kuda, he's more lenient, but he don't get that many on the panel like that. It's just, he helps him a little bit. But then you got guys like Ante said, I want a co-ed space, and and like, okay, take a risk. It was
Who said that?
entertaining.
Who
It
said
was a
that?
co-ed space. Him and Platt, they have these co-ed spaces with the women, right? And what I've
But you
noticed,
said who's Auntie?
Ante is a guy from Roger Report, but he said he tried the manosphere out, right? And he said, yeah,
Okay, I know what it is.
yeah. And he has a channel, right? A small channel. And he said,
Mm-hmm.
my space is co-ed space, right? And then he got this girl named Let's See and what's them other females in there, the Casimir and all them. And I look at all those women in the panel, but when Jessica X came around my birthday, on the second of that Sunday after Kuda did a parody of Hypergamous Ray Ray, and it was funny. It was like the church, and I was laughing
Mm-hmm.
at that. And earlier that Sunday, and then he did a panel with Jessica. When she got up there, all the females just dropped down. They was just mad and disgusted. They wanted to go come at her head, man. Like they was tired. But that's how they fight each other worse than we do. But the funny thing is, we let them. We was entertained by that for a minute,
Right. Well,
and
females
then
don't like each other as much as they
yeah,
say they do. They stick together, but they don't like each other.
yeah, that much.
I've been trying to tell niggas this shit.
Yeah,
Like when you see a woman dress up, she's not dressing for you for the most part. You may think she is. She'll say it, but really she's making women try to be jealous at what she's wearing.
yeah,
You know, that's why when you meet women that I know a lot of women that say like I don't have a lot of female friends. You know what I'm saying? Because they know themselves. They know that women are catty. They like to fight. They like to fucking have little bitch fits. They know this shit already.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So, hey man, when Jessica gets on a panel, she does what the fuck she does. Whatever
yeah,
she's doing. It
yeah,
triggers people, whatever. Yelling at her ain't gonna fucking work. Yelling at women ain't gonna work because you already know why they're there. What is the reason to fucking talk to them for like that?
yeah,
Well, we gotta have a conversation. Why? You don't. You can snipe that shit by just not having a conversation and keep doing what you're doing. They'll
yeah,
hop off,
yeah,
or you just don't let them on.
yeah. And I've noticed that from Auntie's around my birthday, and I was show you an example. He tried to have a co-ed space. He did it consistently for a couple of weeks and days for his channel. I said, dude, and then they blame him for the incident. I'm like, no, he ran it the way he ran it. He wanted that action. He said, aren't you entertained? He used that term, aren't you entertained? And I started
What
laughing
they
because
blame him for? What?
for the incident with Jessica, then Fantastic came at the end. Numbers kind of went down, but see, she was debating those females. And a lot of women's got
I was
upset.
never in his chat, so I have no idea
Yeah,
of
but that
you
chat was
know.
lit, man, and that panel was lit, and everybody was trolling. The females got upset. Celeste got upset, wanted to challenge Jessica. Then Bomb Cherry was there. The whole 9 yards. So
Why do guys talk to her, man? That
I
she's a
don't honestly,
fucking menace, dude.
yeah. But Auntie came off her panel. He said, "I said, oh man, why you listening to her, man? I mean, that no disrespect. I mean, Auntie, you my boy, man, but I just leave them people alone, man. I don't be on panels with people like that, man.
Oh, you know what? I was on a panel with him. My bad. Yeah, okay, I know. It's Ant and then T, right?
Yeah, Auntie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, yeah. I think I just subscribed to him. I was on his I was on a panel with him. I want to say this morning because I was on officials panel this morning.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
He was live this morning. I couldn't because I was on Kudos, and then I saw Ramil was on. He cut it off about that dude with the woman. The white dude, I forget his name. Gary Owen. Yeah,
Gary
yeah,
Owens. Oh, the comedian.
yeah.
Oh fuck,
Lost
what
the
he
lost
do?
the money. He lost some money, like 44,000. You know, his wife or whatever. You know,
Oh, he married to a black chick too.
yeah, yeah. He lost some money. I think he's getting like a divorce, and she's taking everything.
Of course she is.
Yeah.
My nigga's a comedian. He makes money.
Hmm. Now he's going through it, and then he said, "Damn, why did he do?" But yeah, man.
Yeah, well, that's what you get.
Yeah,
Fuck it, whatever. Anybody that I know personally, and I tell them about divorces and certain things. I'm dropping red pill knowledge on them, but I'm not talking like YouTube language.
yeah,
I just talk to them, and if you decide to do it, cool. And don't come to me when you start getting a divorce, because I want to hear it. I already warned you. You know. But hey, man, people gonna make their own decisions. It is what it is.
yeah,
Do as you do. Do what you want to do.
yeah. And that one thing I noticed by his channel, it is co-edited, but they got upset about bringing Jessica. He said we don't fuck with her, and this and that, and it's so funny, man. But they want to argue with her though.
Well, I mean, if you be realistic about it, why don't they want to argue?
Yeah,
A lot of the chicks that come from certain spaces, man, are coming straight from fucking hyena fucking spaces anyway.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, do you care? Is it because she's not American? You know what I mean? Um, but people see American shit everywhere. They come here, they go back. We go there with our American shit, and we fuck up their shit, and then we come back. You know what I'm saying? So people can see it. It's not like it's fucking invisible. But what black people want to do is say that, well, we're black Americans and you have no right to talk about our shit. You know, we shouldn't be arguing on panels about our shit because everybody can see it. Well, then stop fucking arguing. You know what I mean? Like, what does it fucking matter if she's not American, dude? Like, they're going through it there. Everybody goes through it everywhere. And the thing is, they talk about men, how much they suck and they're dusties and they're this, and that. And even if she ain't coming with that shit, that's probably why they want to argue with her. But they really want to argue with her because she's fucking mixed. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not even throwing her a lifeline. Like, I don't cape for females, but I just listen to everybody. I listen to everybody. And I'm like, the shit don't make sense, dog.
yeah. I
Shit don't
listen.
make sense.
I listen to like a little bit of everybody, and then when she be on everybody's panels, I've noticed it was like 5 against 1. I'll never forget it. When I saw Auntie's panel, that's a small channel. He's trying to grow. But my advice for Auntie, man, keep doing what you're doing, man. Don't let these females tell you what to do, man. Like you
I
don't
don't
need to
really know
tell
what
her.
he's doing.
Yeah, he's trying to make it like a co-ed space, trying not to make it non-minister. But dude, you in the space. I saw you on the Roger Report when I met you on panels and stuff. Like,
Well, the thing is, you can't say that you're not manosphere but have manosphere. Not like I said, I haven't been to his channel. But I'm just gonna take a wild guess. If you're using manosphere talking points and want a co-ed space, it ain't gonna work.
yeah,
Not especially when you have an old bag bomb cherry who's married
uh huh,
and she's a fucking feminist like a
yeah,
motherfucker. And
yeah,
I think she's Gen X too. She's a motherfucking Lilith, man.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So she's already, and everybody already, and I see some of the chicks around here, they already have her talk with the trolling and everything. They have her fucking talking points.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? All she's doing is setting a bad example.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? I don't talk to women like this. And hey, you need to do better. You need to know, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. If we
hmm,
cool, we cool. You know what I'm saying? I could be cordial with a motherfucker, but that chick right there, I've heard her speak. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? And I'm like, yeah, whatever, bitch.
yeah. And Randy SoCal called her a old whore, which she is. Oh damn, he dropped off. Yeah. Yeah, man. Like, yeah, you gotta be careful with these co-ed spaces, man. Like, I've seen the worst, and usually they get into these motions and they be like, "What's going on here?"
Now my shit dropped again.
Yeah,
I'm on my phone. I could probably have on my computer. I don't know how long you're gonna be up for.
I might take this down a few minutes, but
Okay.
yeah. I mean, you can keep talking about that old whore. I was about to say that's what Randy was saying. How can a husband marry that? He was saying that on his videos. I saw one of his streams about it. He said, "How can you marry someone like that and then expect to take her off the street?" But people do stranger things, man. I mean, then she
Mhm.
has those feminist talking points. I mean, yeah, she's hard to listen to. I see her on GMT's channel, have her on there on panels and stuff. But he's a troll though. But
I don't fuck with guys like that, to be
yeah,
honest.
yeah. But
Like, 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 I don't
yeah,
fuck with doctors, man.
yeah,
I just don't like the people. But people give doctors a pass, and I'll tell you how they give them a pass. You
yeah,
shouldn't. You shouldn't be fucking doxing kids. That's a pass.
yeah,
You shouldn't be doxing anybody.
yeah. Really,
You know what I'm saying? You make a living off of fucking doxing motherfuckers, dog. Or,
really.
or, you know, I'm pretty sure you're accepting some type of money, and you're going out trying to be the motherfucking FBI and find people's information and all this bullshit.
Yeah,
You shouldn't dox kids or anybody. You know what I'm saying? Let people
yeah.
make their own decisions, dude. Like, you can get blasted for shit like that, dog.
Oh yeah, you get killed from that. Yeah. And Kuda said something very alarming. I saw that picture. He said about that girl, that GC used to mess with. And he said it himself. That was his YouTube crush. I said, dude, he has to be careful with that girl, man. I ain't gonna pray for the dude, but and then he tried to be sarcastic with the GC joke. He tried to say, please talk to that man. I said he ain't even worried about. I hope not. He said, yeah, it's gonna be a wild summer, but men are gonna do the same thing. Because they cooped up in the house. Everybody wants to get outside, get they freak on, man. Like, I ain't gonna stop them. Like,
I'm
I,
not trying to stop anybody
yeah,
because
yeah,
I'm at a point where, me coming here, being on certain blogs when the Manosphere first came about, seeing Generation.net fail, well, not fail, but
yeah,
fall,
yeah,
seeing when it was Black YouTube, from when it went from the Negro Manosphere to
mhm,
Black Manosphere to dissing MGTOW to, just certain shit. I didn't see anything get, better in that way. I saw it get worse.
yeah,
So when the motherfucker is basically saying that, yo, I'm sounding negative, well, I have a right to sound negative. You know what I'm saying? I'm just seeing. I'm giving you the same energy. I'm giving you
yeah.
what I see.
You
You
being
know what I mean?
realistic.
I'm
Yeah,
being fucking realistic, and
that's
not
right.
a lot of people can handle fucking realism.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? I mean, even though I know, realism isn't always absolute, but you'll try to flip it on some esoteric shit,
Yeah,
and
that's what they do.
yeah, and I'm like, yo, I just see what I see, dog, and I'm not gonna be trying to have a cape on and be like, oh, we gotta do better, we gotta do better. Okay, that's fine. You can say it, but it ain't happening. You can't change anybody's mind like that, man. I mean, the way to get things done is by force.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
You gotta have that.
Laws,
Mhm.
policies put in place. You know what I mean? So it's gonna be what it is until you actually stop trying to live like the hope pipe dream and just get fucking grounded and go about it the other way.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
until then, it's gonna be what it's gonna be.
Yeah. And that's why I've learned, like on panels, when people talk about this hope dream, like, look, the manosphere, yeah, it may go mainstream, but it's never meant to be mainstream. I mean, Kevin is tailor made, man. Like, I'm sorry, man. I just look at it different. That's the only disagreement I have with Kudo. I'm like, dude, yeah, but that's him. You got to do your thing. If you want to be in podcasting, do what my advice, do what Gilly does. The $1 million worth of game, they come from a different angle. With they podcast, yeah, they talk about game, but they talk about their life too, what the struggles in Philly, the kids getting shot and all that stuff. He said, ain't nothing to play with. What I mean? You go out there, they live like how they live.
Mm-hmm.
They just give you some gems, just stay a fuck away from prison, because that's big business as well, all that stuff. But Devin Way shows more entertainment. Yeah, you got some strippers and hoes on there, but still, he's cool with his people. With Porter Rich from Jersey, even though they live in Philly, right next door to each other, with the studios. But if you want to talk about that podcasting and mics, I mean, hey, you don't have to have a small studio here. You need a bigger upgrade if you try and go mainstream. Because mainstream takes away everything from you. It's
Mm-hmm.
like sports world. You know, if you watch ESPN and Fox, you got to have a whole team. You know what I mean? Because yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Pounds is great, but you trying to be like Myron and the Fresh and Fit. You know, Fresh and Fit. I don't even watch them dudes, and they said the same thing. Trying to say, well, we need to all start fighting together and all that. He played that video, and someone put it in the chat, like Jr. I'm like, dude, it sounds great, but these dudes are not gonna get along. As long as there's women in both spaces, like the white and the black. I call the white mainstream anyway, because you got some black dudes over there. There's a lot of hoes over there, man. They're not going to allow you to unify. You know what I mean? Because if dudes done made up their mind, they said, fuck it.
Right.
I'm gonna talk about this dude. I'm talking about his politics, all that stuff, man. You know, it's just the females got us, man. They got us pussy
Yeah.
whooped, you know.
Yeah. We're not winning anything. We're not. And hey man, and for like all the married dudes out there that's pushing marriage and the generational wealth crap and all that shit, I can really just get down and say, yo, it ain't gonna work.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be real with you. It ain't gonna fucking work. Uh, until, and I always say this, until you start trying to fucking change laws and policies, let the domino effect happen. Other than that, it ain't gonna work.
right.
You can live the dream about being married and fulfilled and having kids and doing this. It ain't gonna fucking work.
Yeah,
And I don't give a fuck who's hearing this, who comes after me, who says something. You can call me negative any you, all the fuck you want. You see what I see. You just don't want to see what I see.
that's right. Yeah. No, ain't nobody coming out there. No, that's his viewpoint. Leave New alone. Like I said, ism cause
No,
you.
these niggas know me, man. They
Yeah,
know
he
me
stay
around
there.
here.
Yeah.
They know me around here, man. I
I
be
don't
around
give.
this motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck either. Like, let him be. Just leave it alone. If one disagrees, that's him. You tell him that on his channel. If you don't like what he says, you check the MGTOW man, and then what ism call you, MacTow?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's funny, yo.
that's
That was
funny as
funny.
shit.
Well,
I
and that's
should
the
do
whole
that.
thing. That's why
Yeah,
when I say that people know me around here because people know me personally around here. Like phone here, but my house. I go to different panels. Like I've been on the quote unquote game guys panel.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have anything against them. I mean, I know what game is because I'm a Gen Xer, but nobody really talks about game other than females. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not with all that shit. And
yeah,
some parts I understand it because you know I always had a rule. You know what I mean? Like some people rant, some people want to vet, but after that, see, this is where I talk about red pill, blue pill, and black pill. There's phases, and when you get into 5%er, the 120, and you look at like knowledge, wisdom, understanding, which are like the foundation, portions of it. I also talk about it in that aspect, right? But in life. So if I know that you're just talking about women, then that means you're not learning anything else. I mean, you could, if you really wanted to, learn game as far as different things in life. But if you're just going to equate game to women, which is really what it is, when motherfuckers say, "Oh, it's not about the women, it's about you," but in all aspects, it really goes back to the woman. You know what I'm
yeah. The
saying?
end of it is, yeah,
Yeah, that's the end of the fucking road,
yeah,
right? It's how to
yeah.
get a bitch.
Yeah.
And
To
people
me,
say,
game, yeah, game is to me, it's like you're finessing. And that's just an easy way of finessing females. Like, yeah, it starts out as men first, but here's the problem with it. Females is like a big chunk of the prize. Really, it's like a championship. It's like a trophy. I hate to say like a trophy wife or something, you know. And
"How does it
it's
start off
kind
as men first?"
like first it sounds cool, like you got the flashy, the player talk, and the pimp stuff, and then deep down you're just selling females, not just product, trying to use them as a auction
Mm-hmm.
in a way. I don't want to sound like you have to be a human trafficker or whatever. I don't broadcast that stuff, but most dudes don't understand. Yeah, pimps is powerful. Yeah, they believe in the females and they dangle them like it's a marketplace. But they still do time, but the government does it all the time. They get away with it for free,
Are they big
Oh,
pimps?
yeah, they big pimps. And then when I started to figure out, okay, you're finessing them easy, but I hate when they call the man a trick. It's a so what, an insult, but I understand why, but if you play their game, women do tricks. Yes, they supposed to. They naturally tricks by definition. But the sad part about it, when the dude plays that game, it's like, well, damn, it's like you're done in a way, especially like marriage too. See, now marriage, I understand why that's a big business. Now they really got you. Then if you put kids in her for like 10 months, technically, but most people call it 9 months, but actually
Mm-hmm.
scientifically it's 10 months. So I
Mm-hmm.
was in the womb like 11 months. See, I was supposed to be born April 17th, but my stubborn ass wanted to be born on the 2nd.
Oh, you was a late baby.
Yeah, I was born like in '88. See, I came with the cusp of after the crack era. So,
Right.
so I'm like a late or early millennial, something like that. But see,
Mm-hmm.
me and Wacky, we came in the world when shit was already changed around, and then laws. Growing up as children in the '90s, yeah, it was rough. We fist fight in different places where we come from. I come from the Mid South, so it was normal. You know, and then the religious shit kind of fizzled out when I got like in my 20s. As a teenager, it was cool. But after I was 21, when I was listening to Dr. York, I'm like, oh my God, let me put this Christianity down. I started reading scriptures, kind of correctly, trying to read through it and proofread and all this other shit. And I said, let me look at my life. You know what I mean? And then
Mm-hmm.
that's how I move forward. But on YouTube, I try to be different than everybody else. I pre-record. I do the best I can, drop gems there and there, and next thing you know, the space is just all about well, let the females talk. But I blame the dudes that allow them in. And DS1 said,
I always have.
yeah, and I think 2015 he said I told y'all they was gonna come in here. It's that energy. I said, yeah. I like how he said whole energy. Yeah, it's a lot of whole energy type dudes out here. It's sad, but hey, it is what it is. I don't really judge those dudes. I let them be who they are, man. I'm like, look, this is you. Okay, cool.
Well, I mean, I know how. I know how they came in. You know, I already know how they came in. The only thing is
Yeah,
that they were just fucking promoted. You know what I mean? Hey man, I mean it is what it is, man. The
yeah,
door was fucking open. They brought the Kool-Aid, the chicken, the paper plates, dog. We having the party. Then the this or this and that. Hey man, well you invite the guests, dog. So now it's up to you to either kick them out or give them seats.
yeah,
You know.
yeah. Shit, Platinum's got the same people. You got David Johnson. Triple Black's funny. I don't care what nobody said. That dude is funny to me.
I don't know who that is.
No Cupcake Zone. That's him.
I think I've
That's
seen
him.
his avatar.
That, yeah, yeah,
I don't go to everybody's shit all the time like that, man. So I don't be knowing all these
yeah.
people.
But he be on Platinum's like he be complaining about the same thing. I'm like, dude, you used to be married once. He was on Platinum's channel on his panel, Triple Black. That
Mm.
dude sounds crazy as hell. I'm like, dude, like we know about the women's messing up everything, but why worry about it? I just walk away, dude. I'm like, leave these hoes alone, man. We know they fucked up, and it's hard to. You can't change them. They say this is our women, and you say in the chat, this ain't our women.
They're not.
you know,
They're not. I mean, you can't recommend books that tells you that they're not through just the history of everything since we've been here, and then keep saying, well, we got to fight for our women. It's like,
yeah,
okay, well, you recommend the shit that says they're not, but you keep saying they are. Y'all can have them. I don't give a fuck. You said my
yeah,
dick's a free agent, man. I do what I want. So
yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
Straight like that.
But people in the Raj Report on their panels, man. Oh my God, they sound funny as hell. They be begging for
Yeah,
marriage.
I can't
But
help it.
it's funny. It's
They
funny
do.
though. Even in Charles Faulkner's panel today, I saw they was talking about the same thing. I'm like, I mean, Charles is cool. I'm cool with him, but
I've
it's
actually
like,
talked to Charles a couple of times
yeah,
on the
yeah.
phone.
I talked to him on the panel once. He's a good dude.
I talked to him on the phone though for like two
Yeah,
hours.
yeah. I talked to him on.
He's cool. He's
Yeah,
cool. I mean,
I talk-
I go to his panels sometimes.
I
Well,
talk,
his chat sometimes.
I talked to his panel once. I talked to him in the Art of New Style a couple of times. He's a good dude. He's a good dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I got on Arts. I talked to Art a couple times. I talked to a lot of people around here, and the whole
Yeah,
thing is like when people just see me in the chat, you don't get context of what I'm saying, so you might
yeah,
think people think I'm trolling, but to a lot of people around here, I've actually helped a lot of brothers around here, dog, because I'm not here to fuck up anybody's life.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a union electrician. I've tried to help people get into the union, trade. I give a military advice. Um, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm a real motherfucker, man. Like that's why I be cammed up all the time. I've shown my house. You know what I'm saying? I've shown like all kind of shit just to say, hey man, you could do this type of shit.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like, hey, I went to college and I was like, yeah, fuck it. Went to the military, went to the apprenticeship, you get college credits, you get everything. You get on the job hours and school hours at the same time. So when you get out, you hit the ground and running. I'm like, I'm just, it's 5 years of your time. And then you get credits to go to college and get your degree. You know what I'm saying? But I be trying to help motherfuckers, but people, oh, you negative, you this. I'm just not relationship type shit because I don't think life is about relationships.
oh, it
You
isn't.
know,
Yeah,
I don't. Well, as far as women go, yeah, like I got companions, man. You know what I'm saying? Just because I'm MGTOW, people, oh man, you don't get no pussy, you just gave up. I'm like, you listen to bad reps of MGTOW. You're not listening to the right dudes. Number one, there is no such thing as MGTOW monk. There's really not.
wow.
You know what I'm saying? There's no such thing as MGTOW monk.
Yeah,
I mean, if you want to say a nigga gave up and get no pussy, then go ahead and make fun of the Buddhists, make
yeah,
fun of priests, call them bitch broke, call them whatever.
yeah.
You know,
That's funny you say that. The only one I know is BGS and Mace Taggart. I mean, Mace got a good sports show, and I say you're a monk, and they kept messing with him as a monk, and he didn't care. It didn't phase him. He said, "No,
no.
you know,
Well, he could be a monk, but see, like even if you had really looked at, let's just say like there is like a diagram of MGTOW, like a pyramid, right?
yeah,
And it gives you like the certain levels of MGTOW. There's no real monk mode, man. I mean, monk mode, just like MGTOW, is not. It's a life choice, not a lifestyle, right? So the basic form of MGTOW is being a bachelor. And
yeah."
who around here talks about being a confirmed bachelor?
Not many, really.
Oh,
I mean,
it's one person.
it's one person. I think Gabe and a few others, but not many.
No. Who around here says that they don't claim MGTOW, but they are confirmed bachelor?
Sir, would I? How much do I have to pay you in order to remove Gabe's rent? He's messing with Gabe. He tried to drop down. He's funny in the chat. Okay. Yeah.
Obsidian.
Obsidian. Talking
Obsidian
about
says that I'm a confirmed bachelor.
oh wow.
That is like the first real level of being MGTOW. But he don't want to take the name, and that's fine. Don't take it.
Yeah.
You know,
I
who's the
thought he,
leader of it? There's not
I
no
thought
no leader.
I thought he was MRA.
Yeah, I think he came off as an MRA, but he flip flops a lot, man.
Yeah,
It's
I
just like
don't think
I
he
don't give
cared.
a
I
fuck about you anymore, bro.
yeah, yeah. I don't think he cares for MGTOW. He always give MGTOW a bad name. He be dissing and be. I tell that to BGS. Like now, BGS is MGTOW, but I don't know about Obsidian. I don't get that vibe from off that. Get MRA on him. But the
Well,
problem,
most MGTOW came from MRA, like me,
yeah,
because I
yeah,
was MRA, but when your basic slogan is like making women great again, but you just can't change the laws. It's like I'm not gonna try to change your mindset when you already have all this help from the government. That shit ain't. That's why I keep saying this shit ain't gonna work. You know what I'm saying? So I knew about MGTOW way back when in the early 2000s, and I was just like, yeah, sure, I'll take the fucking label. I kind of like the idea of it. You know what I'm saying? And the way I already was, I'm like, okay, that sounds cool. And there's just certain things that I was just like, yeah, I like that type of shit. But then you have, like I said, bad reps. Nobody likes MGTOW. They're like the fucking redheaded stepchild of any fucking male movement or
Mm.
any type of philosophy that you want to throw out there that has to do with like men and trying to gain power back or just having power as a straight, especially a straight black man, but a straight man in America. You know what I'm saying? I'm all for that type of shit. But if you keep saying we gotta have power, but then trying to push relationships and marriage, knowing what the environment is, then yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I I'm not gonna change your mind either. I'm not even gonna
Yeah.
try.
Yeah. It's just like the KS and the relationship. That's what that vibe I get from him. Like I don't listen to his stuff, but he does come off as a guru in relationships. I'm like, I'm good, man. Yeah. Yeah.
I would say to a certain extent, a lot of men have been talking about that already.
Yeah. That shit.
Uh, a lot of men have been talking about that shit already.
Yeah.
So waggy,
What's going on, man?
So
but
like it.
Yeah,
I don't know. They just look at it. People prop people up as a fucking savior and a hero and shit like that.
Yeah.
So
here's
that's pretty much what it is.
Yeah. I just want to throw this
KS.
topic. Yeah.
Not KS is just a piece of entertainment. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
They just want to
Yeah.
be entertained. So, and if you think about it, I don't know if you guys. I know Sir with Yahoo. He 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 was the only one to remember this.
Hmm.
The way so many people are talking about KS and just utilizing his name to prop up their viewership,
Hmm.
like putting KS's name in the title of their videos all the
Yes.
time,
Hmm.
putting his picture on their photo gallery. The
Hmm.
way they're doing that is the same thing they did with TS, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
TS
Yeah. 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 Tommy. Yeah.
almost 10 years ago.
Hmm.
Sir, we all remember that. Yeah.
I
But
remember that.
it's like they're utilizing him for source of entertainment, but at the same time, utilizing his name to make themselves more relevant or to sustain their own relevance because he's the hot name right now. So it's like they're using him or they piggybacking off of him for so they could, be relevant also. Which to me, I think that's some bitch nigga shit personally. So uh,
Yeah.
It is.
yeah,
I
Yeah.
mean, I can't fucking stop listening to that shit, man. Like, fuck, everybody's doing it.
yeah,
I
exactly.
get
Like
tired of fucking hearing that shit, man.
yeah, like
He's
for
the greatest
example,
thing of sliced bread. He's a Kevin can't do no wrong. I love Kevin.
He
I
gonna
hear
save the
it, and
community.
that's just so funny, though. It's like he's a preacher or something. Like, dude, like I don't know if it's the suit, his aura. I don't know. I think
like
people love the guy. They love to worship that guy. I'm like, okay, it's like a religion, man.
yeah, like like let's say hypothetically speaking, if Sir with Yahoo one day become the biggest content creator of all time on YouTube, and he starts racking in 35,000, 40,000 live viewers per night. You know, now I'm going to support him, and I'm congratulating him. I'm going to continue supporting him. But what I'm not going to do is trying to piggyback off his name all the
Mm-hmm.
time and making videos, putting his name all the time. I'm going to congratulate him. I'm like, you know what, my man Sir Biao, he's putting in that work. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not even now. I congratulate Sir Biao. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to try to make a name for myself with his name in the title of my videos all the damn time. I'm not going to do that. Nah,
Yeah.
you know. uh, But But going back to what y'all was saying something interesting about MGTOW, right? Because Mi- I mean MGTOW during when MGTOW first came out, it was really Barbarossa who
Mm-hmm.
came from the MRA movement, who left the MRA movement and created MGTOW. Now, when MGTOW first came out in Manosphere 1.0, we all respected that. We all respected that. As a matter of fact, in Manosphere 1.0, we had a philosophy that was very similar to MGTOW. You could say it was MGTOW mixed with a little SYSBM at the time was, and it was called the Wall of Silence.
Yeah, we were
So
talking
we,
about that.
yeah, so we respected that, you know. So I just don't get how you have a society of people who, in one hand, will say men ain't shit, men ain't shit, men all this, men all that. But as soon as you have a group of men saying, okay, we ain't shit. So since we ain't shit, guess what? We're not going to engage in this modern day dating system. We're not going to engage in this modern day marriage system, this westernized state sanctioned marriage. What we going to do? We're going to be in our own corner and do our own thing since we ain't shit. Now, society wants to get mad. Well,
Right.
how come you don't want to get married? Hold on for a minute. You guys are saying men ain't shit. So these men who you thinking shit are just doing their own thing. You should be happy. By that logic, am I correct? Am I
No,
incorrect?
no, no, you're right.
No,
Because
you're
I
right.
was like, I was around back then. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I think streaming on my phone sucks. I'm gonna have to go on my computer, but um um I remember being around then, GenerationX.net, and then I remember I started to do line work, and I got to the apprenticeship. So I was gone, for a while, for a good 3 or 4 years, and then I came back around in a space around 2015. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I've been around. So some of the history of like some of these people, um, I don't know where they came from. I remember some of the first hitters. You know what I'm saying? And I do remember when MGTOW came around. I do remember Barbarossa, and then I do remember like the quote unquote split of the manosphere and all that type of shit. But I've never taken on the split. I've never took that. And I'm like, how
Right,
can a motherfucker not really acknowledge what MGTOW was about?
right,
But it goes back to what I was saying before this for Urban Yahoo, that 95%, and I'm just throwing out a number, but I'm just keeping it really high, that 95% of black Americans are pro-black by default. So that's why they can't really get with MGTOW, because they insert white boy shit in there. I'm like, how is that white boy shit? Just the basic premise of it. But
Yeah,
you know it.
yeah,
And the ideology of MGTOW was created by a so-called black
by a
person.
black man.
Yeah,
yeah.
but let's just say if a Caucasian got created, so what? You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
It's like what I don't get it how a lot of so-called black people would just call everything white boy shit, as if it matters, as if the skin color of a person who created a philosophy matters. It's
Hmm.
about the truth of the philosophy. Is it
Hmm.
factual? Is it based in reality? Is it something that you could live your life by to the best of your ability? Is it something that could help you create be- the best and the healthiest environment for yourself and for your reality? When I hear so-called black people try to discredit something by saying that it came from the white man, I just realized that their level of intelligence is so low that calling them a retard is an understatement. You know,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, people like that, you can't take them seriously. They got severe mental issues, and you just gotta let them line the waist. That's it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I know y'all been around longer. Well, I mean, y'all been in it more, even though I think we've all been around at the same time. Um, y'all have like I said, I was gone for a minute, so y'all probably seen more of what happened. But basically, when I left, I did see a thing of. I remember the question. I think it was who, either K Soul and Black and what Willie Pete asking like the one question.
Partiality. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the one question that had everybody fighting for like fucking 2 years or some shit.
Oh man.
Yeah, and I saw that shit. So then coming back like in 2014, 2015, it was kind of like I didn't see any real progression.
Yeah. 2014, I kind of left because I was looking for a job at the time. And then 15 from 19, I was off and on, but I didn't see the space. But I did know Obsidian when he came out in 2016 because he was new
Mm-hmm.
to me. He was like a nobody to me. I didn't know who he was at the time. Angerman, I knew who he was around 15.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know who BGS was until 2019. Like he was like the ringleader of those guys. And then when I looked at his content, it is esoteric.
Yeah,
And it's basically see his fathers don't understand that because he's fooling y'all. He's like, don't let this man lie to you, man. He's on that type of time. He just used politics as a buffer, like geopolitics. He'll flip it in your face. But the esoteric, the big words and stuff, and understand it's best to research it and try to debate him this way instead of debating all the guys around him, because the guys around him don't know what they're talking about. They just get folded. You have to stay calm under pressure. And I've been on his panels a few times, and they never come at me because if I say something smart, they get quiet. You know what I mean? It's just like they leave. It's like they leave you alone for instance. But with
well,
him,
I won't blame him though, sir. I won't blame him. What I'm gonna do is, like I said, I blame the people around him.
yeah,
He ain't no dummy, right?
no, yeah,
He's not a dummy. When he basically first came out, I do remember him from 2015 because I remember
yeah,
Black Pill Gnostic, right?
yeah.
I was like, oh shit, Black Pill and Gnostic. Okay, let's see what's up. So I would listen to his shit. Um, he wasn't spitting anything fucking wrong. What happened is he just got big, and then all his followers would just take everything that he says and then say that shit without doing their due diligence. That's
Exactly.
Yeah.
why people get hemmed up. But then
Yeah.
again, he does do something that I do like. He drops everybody down. It's like, yo, let's do a one
Yeah.
on one.
Yeah.
And they get emotional. So
Yeah.
it's like, what you get emotional, you lost.
And here's the thing. Everybody has copied his template now in these modern day spaces. And the hit the link. I mentioned that in my previous streams, and they get mad. It's like, hit the link if you disagree. Hit the link. And they all do. And that's the
Right.
funniest shit I've ever seen in my
Look,
life, man.
there's
Like,
no reason to
but
fucking
it's
hit the
funny
link.
though. No, it's funny. And he'll debate you. Just bring the links, and some people do bring the links. They come at him, and they come at him on other panels. We gotta trip this guy. That's what they want.
Right.
He's competition. Right now, not angry man and everybody else. No, because they get emotional. But when you get BGS, he's a big name in the
Right.
space.
Right.
One
Besides
day.
KS, because KS can't do that. He don't like the spotlight, like DS1 said. This man does not like the spotlight. I could tell by that interview was weak by Tasha K. It was,
I
what
didn't
from
see it.
from
Didn't care.
I understand it, and I shook my head and I said, yeah, this dude. But here's the thing: somebody's gonna prep him at the end. I predict he'll get 5 million next year.
I
That's
don't
my
give a
Going back.
fuck.
prediction. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't care about that. Yeah, going back to what y'all was saying about BGS. BGS. There was a time I remember BGS back in 2017. That's when I first heard of him. Well, give you guys a little history about me. I left this space in 2014. 2014, I stopped making content and took a 6 year hiatus. So from 2014 to 2020, I just stopped making content because I got turned off. Okay, I saw what the space was becoming, and that shit turned me off, you know. And I was turned off by how people saw me because people saw me as just another entertainer,
Mm-hmm.
in which, even though my personality, I can be entertaining, but I didn't come here to entertain motherfuckers.
Right.
I came here to enlighten And I came here to bring people together for so we can be active and actually helping to solve the issues that black males collectively are going through. That's what I came here for. I didn't come here to entertain. So people saw me the wrong way, so I left for a good 6 years. But when I came back, well, every time from time to time, I would just sit back and just watch people. So I first saw heard of BGS in 2017. That's when I first heard of BGS. And B like BGS, like you guys say, he's on an esoteric tip, but you can tell that he's on an esoteric tip by certain words that he uses and by how he says certain things. And it just shocks me how the people who calls him master teacher don't even understand that. Now, the
Exactly.
term master teacher, that term is esoteric in itself.
Hmm.
That term is esoteric in itself, master teacher. But they don't even understand that shit, man. And the
If
way he operate,
uh,
it's like, go ahead, sir. I'm
no, no,
listening.
you go ahead. Go ahead. I'm going after you.
I'm like, and the way he operate,
But
it's like
he
on a
didn't call
childlike
himself that though.
manner. Yeah, I know, no, I didn't say he called himself that, but I'm just saying the word in itself is esoteric, and he accepts that word. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. But
Mm.
it's like just the way he operate, you could tell that he's esoteric. Just how he operate, and hey, listen, to each his own. If that's what he chooses to be, then fine, then so be it. But it's just that it just bugs me out how a lot of people don't
Hey,
realize
sir, I'm
that.
gonna come up on my computer, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I don't. Hey, listen, like I said before, if that's how he chooses to roll, that's him. But it just surprises me how a lot of people just don't see that. You know, it's like when a lot of people look at him, they see the daddy figure that they wish they had but never had.
Yeah.
So, because some of these niggas look up to him like a father figure.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I don't know who's worse, him or Angry Man. Now, Angry Man, he's in his own turmoil. I don't try to go and beast with him. I'm like, if you're gonna be for others, that's your thing. I stay out of it. I just let him deal with them, and then they deal with him. It's gonna fall apart either way because it's the same old circle jerk they all talk about. It's just as bad as one person named Hammer. He's in the same area where Kuda is. See, Kuda don't worry about a guy like that. He try to help him, but I blame Hammer for all of it because number one, why would you take advice from a guy that told you where he stands? See, typical college kid. I hate these young kids. They don't learn from the older guys like us. They so damn hard headed. These millennials are so hard headed. I can't even
yeah,
talk to
but
them like
but
they just so moment. They so
Hammer.
emotional.
Oh, go ahead. I'm
They
sorry. I'm
so they
sorry.
so they so emotional. Like we try to tell them, like, look, if you have a problem with the guy's advice, and if he try to help you, and then you trying to look at this game stuff. See, this is what happens with young people like his age. It's too much television, not the real world. Like if you knew what a actual pimp was and a player was, they would treat you bad, man. Like why go to a guy that had bad experience and he's trying to clean up his life and he ain't trying to help you? Hell, you better off listen to someone that's been around and did some time and whatever, bounce it up. But don't listen to a guy online that's half of a square and a street dude, like trying
Who you
to
talking about?
clean.
Who you
I'm talking
talking
about
about?
Cuda. I'm talking about Cuda. Like that was the wrong guy to talk to. There's other people besides him. Go
Hold
outside,
on.
and actually
Okay.
talk
Kuda
to.
and who else? Yo,
I'm
be
talking, I'm,
specific.
I'm talking about
Like,
I'm talking about Hammer and Cuda. Like they had a little incident when he was on a panel with him, and he was talking about it this morning. And I was trying to tell him like he shouldn't have came at you at all, like for advice. I mean, at his age, I'd have stuck to my books. I would have, just be, yourself. On YouTube, it's not a place for ask people about, the game and stuff and the trick and stuff like that. Stuff you need to keep out online on the street.
yeah.
Yeah,
I agree with that. I agree with that. See,
yeah.
I agree with that. Hammer, he was going on YouTube and asking, because I remember when he first came on here last year, last summer
Hmm.
specifically,
Yeah, I remember.
and asking DJ Kuda for dating advice with girls and stuff like that. But see, what you see with Hammer is a product of the current manosphere.
Hmm.
He's just a byproduct of the current manosphere because the current manosphere is mostly focused on talking about vagina, vagina, vagina,
Hmm.
that a guy like Hammer, who was not around with the time that we was around, and who think that, okay, I could maybe get lucky by getting advice from these types of individuals. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because that young age, they're easily impressionable.
Yeah.
They don't know much. They don't have much life
Yeah.
experiences. They didn't live at you know for a long amount of time in
Yeah.
order to recognize certain things. They're young. They're very impressionable. And when he came in, he was 18, a virgin. You still young, so you have all these damn hormones pumping in your brain, and you want to know how to get with girls. And he felt that this was the place to do to get advice. Why? Because the current manosphere, a lot of them have have made themselves look as if they can, that they are professional on females, and that they're expert on females, and gave that impression that they are max pimps and all this stuff, and that they could make all your girl problems go away. This is what a lot of content creators in this space have promoted themselves to be. So a guy like Hammer, who's easily impressionable, he bought into that shit.
Hmm.
He bought into it, and one of the people he bought into was a guy like DJ Kuda. You know,
Yeah.
and I told Hammer that directly on DJ Kuda's panel. I said, "Listen, man, you should put your primary focus on your schoolwork, man. You in college, you young, you intelligent, you have a whole life ahead of you.
Yeah.
Put your focus on your schoolwork, man." And MOT told him the same thing. I think Mike V and Nagone told him the same thing. So, now it's up to him now. He's a grown man. He's not a child. We
Yeah.
told you. It's up to you to decide what you want to do. You know?
Yeah. They just so hard headed. I can't even talk to these young guys that's in school, and they listen to these PUA guys on the internet, especially in the manosphere. And like ever since they took over a couple of years back, and then it became the standard of the 2.0 space. That's the real problem
Hey,
because you got a lot of dudes like that. Yeah, what's going on, Rashawn?
what's going on, sir? What's going on, brothers? How y'all doing this evening?
We're doing good, man. We're
We
doing
doing
good.
good. What's
Yeah,
up?
we just got past the topic of I think Stoicism, Cynicism. Me and New talked about that early in the hours of an hour ago, like co-hosts. Like,
Man,
yeah,
I
yeah,
miss most of that, man, because
yeah,
that's shit. Well, I'll probably catch it on the replay though. But
yeah,
just to alley oop on the subject that we're on. Yeah, I do agree. Like, wanting to know game that shouldn't be like on. That shouldn't be like every dude's like main objective on here. You know what I
hmm,
mean? Like you could definitely get game if you talking to one of those old school cats at the barbershop and shit, you know. But like just seeing how niggas are losing their minds. Oh, like game this and game that, and then got these uppity high value niggas talking about like you niggas don't know about game. Like what? It's
yeah,
like my man's like we all trying to learn a skill and we all trying to like the game of being a content creator. So it's like, why does it always have to be like, oh, we gotta talk about game? Like, there's other things to talk about. You
yeah,
know?
I try to be different on this channel. Like, I talk a lot of different things, like the little esoteric things they talked about, and I know BGS is big on that too. I'm trying to break him down and what his followers don't read. I just put a little information out that, like, look, read this for yourself, and tell them go research and put links out there. Try to give them a little history and things like that. But, the space it's about male development, technically. But the problem is the PUA aura is so high everywhere, that they think that's the manosphere, but that's not. That's a small fraction of it. It's not really that big now. They trying to make their way back in the mainstream. And I kind of laugh at what you call it on Kudas. They was playing that Fit and Fresh podcast with Myron trying to tell everybody come together. I was like, dude, everybody's not gonna come together. Men have their differences. They're not gonna kill each other. We
Yeah,
just we
like
be cordial.
it's really up to them,
Yeah.
like
It's up to
to,
them.
to bury the hatchet,
Yeah,
like Myron would say.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Because it's like I can't I even can't picture if the manosphere, like most dudes, will go to like shake hands
yeah.
because
Same Disney,
because
man.
because you still have individuals that have that fuck you mentality.
Hmm. Yeah. You just got to leave it up to them, and it's up to us to if we're gonna get along or not. But to me, it's
Yeah,
they're grown. Everybody's up in their 30s and almost the 60s. I'm not gonna say 40s. I'm gonna say 60 years too, because BGS and others in almost 70 up there. If they add the age limit on
yeah.
YouTube, I'm just saying, as men, we're at a point. We know what it is to need to be done. It's just the younger guys need to help the other younger guys not make the same mistakes like the older guys have done. You have to get a
Mhm.
certain level to understand that you got to do your time here, because I left this space before in 2014 and came back at it at 2021 because I had a 5-year 6-year hiatus myself, and
I
it's
agree. I
yeah.
agree.
And,
Because
it's good to get away from it. I've done it before.
yeah, because
Yeah,
yeah, because man, like the whole gender war that popped off like years ago, man. I was like, fuck this. Like I'm taking a hiatus. Like this is like you this is like beating a dead horse. Like
Yeah.
yeah,
See, I was going through an apprenticeship around 2011 for 2012 for 5 years, but around before I graduated, I did refine the space back in 2015, but I really started listening to shit, and I would just be in the comment sections. And what about 2016 or 2017 or something like that? I actually started commenting in the chats. You know what I'm saying? Same shit I've been saying ever since then. When I started commenting in the chats or in the comment sections of videos before they had what is it? Was it Google Hangouts?
yeah,
I've been saying
yeah.
the same shit the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't changed the motherfucking tune.
Now I will say this. Now that there are women coming to this space, you know, I will say this, like it's inevitable that you're gonna have somebody that wants to know like how to kick game and shit. Like I will say that. But like it just needs to be balanced, man. But like we all said, like it's really up to the other guys, like to bury this fucking hatchet and let bygones be bygones. Cause we all trying to get paid. We all trying to get money out of this content creative shit.
I'm trying not to get any money for the record.
Okay,
Me
I
take that
don't
back.
care.
Take that back.
No, I'm just saying, like, I've never put my Cash App out there. Now, that being said, if somebody says, hey, man, I'll hook you up or whatever, all right, cool. But I'm not going to really do that. I'm not here to do that. And plus, I don't do enough content to do that anyway. Like, I'm kind of lazy with content because I don't really do manosphere talking points like that. I basically structure myself around, supreme mathematics. But I do, like I said, I told Sir earlier, I use the pills because I grew up on the pills. You know what I'm saying? Like knowing what the pills are about, and I break it down with life and supreme. I don't base it off of like female nature shit. So I'm not really here to make any money off of this thing. I don't have a studio. I don't even have a fucking mic. You know what I'm saying? I sit at my damn dining, and I think if people see me cammed up, they see me sitting at my dining room table or I'm on my patio or whatever. Like that's just the way I get down. You know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to make no money. I'm not having shows. Let's put it that way. If I do
Yeah.
have a live stream, it's not. I'm not putting on a show. Not to take that away from anybody. You know what I mean? Because it's a show to a lot of people, but I'm not here to put on a show.
You, you know, if we're gonna come on here and give and make money on here, let's save some of that money in order to engage in being politically active, which
Yeah.
would be a smart thing for us to do in this space. Turn this space into what it originally supposed to be, which is to get brothers to be more politically active, and you utilize the money that people are making to help fund certain campaigns that we believe in, to help lobby certain politicians to be on our side. That would be a smart idea. So, I'm not so I'm just saying that just to say that if I came on here for money, that would be my goal. Outside of that, I'm not on here for money. I got a real job. I got a real career. I don't need
Right,
this shit for money.
right,
I never did. Yo, listen, I utilize my Cash App to give people money. I never
right,
use my Cash App to get money. I don't, and people offer to give me donations, but I don't need it. I don't need it. Shit, I'm
right.
not. uh, But when it came to, and I see the brother Rashawn, he made a statement. He stated that now that women have come into the space, I just want to let Rashawn know that
Mhm.
females have always been in the
Yeah, they've
space,
always been here.
Oh yeah,
always been
yeah,
here,
yeah.
and and and
I remember
females have, and there's even some females who also help create the space, and
that,
and
that is very true.
yeah, which is
That
why
is very true.
which
Mhm.
is what I always tell people. So that's why when I hear the statement when people say female shouldn't be, and I'm not saying you saying that, Rashawn, I'm just saying in general, when you hear people in the black manosphere say, "Oh, female shouldn't be here. This is an all male space," I'm like, dude, that shit don't make any sense
Yeah,
because
Well,
like
I've said that before, Wacky. I've said that
yeah,
before,
yeah,
but I didn't
yeah,
know
but
how deeply they were here before like that because I
they
never really heard any. I never really, like I said, like I was gone for a minute, so I never in the early stages of what the Manosphere is or Black YouTube. So
yeah, they
I was always saying that.
they was here for a while, and no disrespect, new, but me knowing who helped create this, since I was one of whom create this space,
Uh,
I knew the people and they knew me, so I knew this was created by some female. Well, I'll say females were some of the people who helped create this space. So me knowing that, and I hear people say females should never come to this space. This is an all male space. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense because now you want to deny the same demographic of people who were part of creating a platform to help black males express themselves. Nah, it was see when it comes to this space, it's not about the gender of the person. It's not even the race of the person that matters. It's about the intent and the message of each person. And if their intent and their message revolve around helping to improve the conditions of black males, that's it. So
mm,
I just don't get that when people say females should not come to this space, dude. Females was always part of this space. Yes,
yeah,
but y'all go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's usually the ego, and they ain't familiar with the different versions of the Mansfield. 1.0 always had like this, I would say, like the pro black aura, and it had a different
yeah.
yeah, had a different view. But here's the thing: we did want a structure and everything, but yeah, the females helped us like express our plight as men, But
Oh, sir,
like the
sir, sir.
yeah,
I'm very sorry to interrupt. I just want to make something brief.
okay, go ahead.
We did not have a pro-black aura. We were pro-black.
Yeah, that's what I
This
was saying. Yeah,
this was a and still should be a pro-black space. This space was created by pro-blacks. But go ahead, brother. Sorry for
yeah,
that.
yeah. But that's okay. But I'm just saying that's what it was intended. But then you got like a mix between the groups, and then I think the brain trust they trying to do the fourth industrial revolution, but but it got lost with the other stuff, and it's kind of funny with the other manosphere. I call them mainstream anyway, because with the studios and stuff like that, I don't know why people trying to say they ain't, but they are, and they know who create the space. But but don't mind them, but they'll utter out knows that who created the space. They know who Soul and Black Wacky is, Rashawn, man, because they know the founding fathers of the space and the females in it. You know,
Mhm.
they just
Yeah,
don't say it out loud. But because even if it does go mainstream, they're not gonna take all of us. They'll take a few.
yeah,
But it's just but the message is out. That's the most important. But it has to be good intent, like what this will be for us.
yeah,
It's up to us what we want to do with it. Are we gonna help the younger brothers behind us, or are we gonna keep doing the same circle jerk and try to kill each other all the time in arguments, stuff like that.
Yeah, see, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, I knew that there were females around here, but when the Google Hangouts and the StreamYard started popping up, I didn't see those females who were around here, like who helped brothers around here or, around the space. I saw the Hyena Clan. That's what I saw. And that's why I was like, yeah, man, they should even be here. You know what I'm saying? You can't stop them from making content or whatever, but, you know, having them on panels saying we need to talk, having them in the chat, trolling, saying all types of shit. I was like, those are the ones you need to kick out. You know what I'm saying? You can't stop nobody from listening, and you can't stop nobody from making content. But once you open a certain door, it's not gonna be locked. It's gonna remain open. That's what I was talking about when I was saying like, females shouldn't be around. Because I just generalize them. I mean, I know everybody likes to say not all, not all. I'm a generalizing person. And it's Wendy. Fuck, my bad. Um,
Right.
I'm a generalizing person, and I just speak in general terms. A lot of dudes don't like that shit, but I,
Yeah,
I just in my head I cannot say not all.
yeah,
You know what I'm
I
saying?
understand.
If it don't apply, let it fly. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
But
I
that
understand.
you know what? But that should automatically be common sense that you're not talking about all people. You know, that's
Should. That's the
that
key word.
yeah, yeah, it should. That's why I hate using technically I hate using that disclaimer, but sometimes I do because you just have a lot of people on here that just their comprehension level is beyond sad. you know, so yeah, it should be common sense that when someone make a statement about a certain demographic, they're not speaking about all. you know. But yeah, I get what you're saying, New. The
Yeah.
degenerates. You get the
Yeah. And
degenerates
see,
out of this.
and the whole thing is, and one of the reasons I say all is because I'm not pro black in that sense of, trying to get black men and black women together because I deal with all races. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like I've dealt with all of them, so I don't just deal with one race. So my thing is like female nature doesn't step out like it's all the same to me, and that's why I just say all. But I mean, I get I see people doing it to be PC, because they don't want any arguments, or they of course you can assume just people are dumb and they're not going to understand that when you say all, of course you don't mean all. I mean, how can I don't know every woman in the world, you know what I mean? But I just, like I said, it's not in me to say it because it makes, I don't know, that's just how I feel, or how I think about things. What was that?
Oh no, that was my notification from my
Oh,
computer.
But yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, be I mean, being pro-black, you said make an interesting point, New, because you said That's why you said something pertaining to you don't consider yourself pro-black because you deal with all races, something pertaining to that. But me, I think, see, I believe that being pro-black means that, of course, you are for the advancement of black people, but it doesn't mean that you should just shut out any other race because common sense will tell you that one thing is in an integrated society where you're going to have to deal with multiple races of people, especially if you live in the big cities, you know.
Mm.
But
Okay,
again,
well,
a lot of pro black. No, you don't even need to correct yourself. But I'm just saying I
no, no,
do
no,
because
no, no, because I told Sir earlier, I clarified it.
yeah,
I'm not pro black like many of the pro blacks that you know, but I used to be pro black back in the early '90s. But I
yeah,
was about black men and black economics, so I'm pro black on those levels because there are levels
yeah,
of pro black.
yeah.
But go ahead.
A lot of the fake pro blacks on here, they want to create this environment where it's just black only, black only, black only. Like they want to recreate or re-segregate black people on that
Tribalism.
level. Yeah, and that's crazy.
Well,
That's
that's what
crazy.
racism is. It's
Insane.
tribalism.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You can say that you would like so-called black people to have a level of economic independence and political independence. So to so for so-called black people to have a level of self-sufficiency, but to say that you want to have so-called black people to go back to being a complete separate group, nigga, you crazy. If you think that's
Yeah,
gonna happen in
like
2021. Yeah.
come on, man. Like that shit was a test drive, like back in Malcolm's time, and look what happened. It didn't work.
I mean, well, you don't have your own money. You're still dealing with American money.
Hmm.
So, I mean, you know, yeah, sure, I'm down with black economics. You know what I'm saying? People being having their own money, but you're still dealing with American money, and American money is green. So, in the sense like I am, yeah, like I've always been down to help out, my fellow black man, but I've also seen the shit from, our quote unquote counterparts, and it's just like, yeah, I'd rather help the guys out and let them make their own decisions. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not a relationship guy at all, so I don't do the whole, oh, we need to be all together and do this. Nah, I just, if I could help you, I'm helping somebody else. That's just the way I look at things.
Yeah, like I don't need that fake kumbaya shit.
Same
Yeah.
Disneyland.
I go you right on that one.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
can't help
It's
everybody, man. Oh,
yeah.
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. You can't, because sometimes I try to stay away from that stuff. I grew out of that stuff in my 20s, and man, it was just I just got tired of it. And that's why I kind of left the space. I was like, "Man, here we go again." And you just can't save everybody. That's what you got to learn about this space. Everybody ain't somewhat about brotherhood. It's about the money 9 out of 10. Like for the wrong reasons. But people gonna
Yeah,
do what they want. Yeah, people gonna do what they want. They human. You can't stop people from
yeah, like you know what I mean?
dumb
Like
yeah, dumb decisions. But I'm just saying that's just who they are. As individuals. And once they show their hand, there they are. So
you know,
you gotta do what's best for you. So but go ahead.
yeah, yeah, and one thing that DMX said on Champs that stood out to me. He said, always like don't trip on people being themselves. When on here, like if they're being dysfunctional, like let them go. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like let them go. Like there's nothing you can do for this person because like it's futile. It's futile to actually have a debate with somebody that is not mentally mature enough
Hmm.
to handle, you know, the talking points and statistics and stacks and stats and all that. Like, yeah,
Hmm.
Yeah, it's like, you know what I mean? We gotta come to a realization like why am I proving a point to a person that is mentally mature, mentally immature, and and you know,
Yeah.
Let me, yeah, every human being have their own demons to face. They have
mm-hmm,
their own demons to face, and every human being have to be at a level to where they want change or they want improvement. And not everyone is at that level. And we can't force every human being to be at that level of thinking. They have to make that decision for themselves, which is why we can't help everybody. We could only help those who are in who are in a mindset where they are willing to be helped and they are willing to take heed to the guidance and wisdom to those willing to help them. Not all people are at that level. So when you recognize that not all people at that level, you have to leave them alone. You have to leave them alone. It's to a point where you just gonna have to say fuck them. So with that, save everybody shit, please. Even even this Bible. I know some people don't believe in the Bible, but for those who do, like every spiritual or quote unquote religious text says that says that you can't even save everybody. So basically, God is not trying to save everybody. All right, that's how much you can't save everybody for those who believe in God. But I'm just saying, I'm just using these as examples just to say
mm-hmm.
that in this life, everybody ain't gonna be saved. You can't save everybody. The most you can do is save yourself and help those who wants to be saved also. The rest of these people, you just gotta say fuck them. It's up to them if they are ready or want help. You know,
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I
exactly.
agree.
Yeah.
Agree.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh no, I was saying I agree. I agree. You know, sometimes you gotta say fuck them.
eh,
You
if
Yeah.
you
know, they find their way.
if you if you have almost every you know spiritual book or so-called religious book that says that even deities is not trying to save everybody,
Yeah.
even God ain't trying to save everybody, that
Yeah.
lets you know something. Every single so-called spiritual and religious text says something like that, that not everybody's going to be saved.
Yeah, I mean, see what happens. Yeah, shit. Only Lord knows what where this space is gonna go, up or down.
Man, this this space, and I think New and Sir mentioned something like this earlier in the stream, is too relationship centered. It's too centered of always talking about relationships. And don't get me wrong, there's a time and place to speak about relationships. So it's a time and place
Yeah,
to speak about those topics. But like Rashawn, like you were saying, we need to bring some balance. Come on, man.
yeah,
Come on, man. There's a health crisis, you know, amongst black males. There's a crime crisis amongst black males. There's an education crisis amongst black males. There's a unemployment crisis, plaguing black males. There's a lack of political participation, amongst the black male collective, and many more. We have issues where black males struggle to establish relationships with their mothers and their fathers. You got a lot of other problems that we gotta focus on, and we sitting there worried about some stank piece of pussy. What type of shit is that? I don't get this shit, man. These niggas are acting like these niggas are looking at pussy as if they're in the Sahara Desert and had to
Yeah,
drink
dude,
water
you're
for a week.
thirsty, man. That's,
Right. Trying to
you know,
find pussy juice
that's
out of a
why it's
cactus.
like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like, bro, like, are you that thirsty for a chick on the net? Like, my guy, really? Like, man,
But that's why I was telling Sir, man. That's why I don't go channels with the whole, marriage and relationship shit. Like I probably would. Well, I don't. I won't say never, but um, I would. I don't think I would ever go on Roger Report's channel or panel, even though I support the brother.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because he is a
No,
black man, and I know
words.
what he's trying to do. Even though I said, "Yo, shit ain't gonna work." I would never. I probably wouldn't go on his panel unless it was like a good topic, and then I heard like
Mhm.
a point in the conversation. That's pretty much when I come up on panels when I hear a good point. You know what I'm saying? But you be having so many people up there, man. They'll probably get this nigga down. But Roger knows who the fuck I am.
Yeah. He
You
knows
know,
who I am too. I don't be
yeah.
on his panels on like that. I think I was on the panel that talks about the Sapio thing with complex design. It was franchise players versus 10-day contracts. I was on that one
Mhm.
last year. That was a good strain. And that was the first time I was on the panel with BGS and Black Uber. And that was probably a good cast. And complex kind of dropped down. I stayed for like a couple of hours and then I dropped down and got back into the chat. So,
Mhm.
yeah. So,
You know what's
yeah.
funny? I think I'll be on the quote unquote. Well, I'll be on zero. I'll be in zeros panels.
Yeah, I see you. I see you over there. Yeah.
Agon's panels.
Yeah, over there. Uh-huh.
Yeah, my own. I go to Eisen's when I can.
Yeah.
But most of the guys, a lot of the guys I know around here too, like are quote unquote, game dudes, whatever, and I'll be over there. But I don't talk about. I still say the same shit I say here about relationships, and they
Yeah.
might act funny towards me, but they know I'm spitting some real shit because Kane the God, he's the same way. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like they'd be like, "Oh, that's a game, dude." I'm like, he's a 5%er, dog. He's not talking about game like y'all are talking.
All day. No.
He's
Kane's
talking. Me and Kane be with the business.
yeah. I see you over there. I mean, I haven't subscribed to his channel. He always give everybody salute. And even when I'm over there, I don't talk about game. I talk about a little knowledge and try to put my spin on how to live your life. Sometimes you get them out of that conversation when you really talk to them on Kudos panels. It's kind of like you take it to a non-esoteric or a bit of both or a little politics. But I try to stay away from because some people get emotional. I try to
yeah,
try to
yeah,
dodge
yeah.
some things, but just a suggestion when it get to that point, I kind of just put my 2 cents in and just let them speak and whatever. Same with females, they always want to talk about relationships to me. I'm like, man, I'm not looking for one right now. I'm looking for enlightenment at this point. So, yeah.
Yeah, they see Sir over the Yahoo 6'5" ass, and they want some of that.
How tall are you? You 6'5"?
Yeah.
God
Yeah.
damn, tall ass niggas, man. Fuck y'all.
Yeah.
No, I'm 5'8". I'm 5'8", man. But people be like, "Oh man, well, a girl
Hey,
ain't going
Well,
with
that's
pussy." I'm like,
normal,
nigga,
man. That's normal
5'8",
in America. Yeah.
5'8".
huh?
Uh-huh.
It's normal for America to date y'all, but we like on the percentage side of 1%, 3% of the world. It ain't like they want us like that. Usually the other way around. Y'all getting it in, like what you call it? Black Wolf said, short guys are in. Okay.
Yeah, they on some shit where they all right. So I've been on panels where I've showed my females that I have. Right,
Mm,
one of them is 6 feet without heels. The other two are two of them are 5'9", and then one is 5'4". Right? But my exes were tall. I said, I ain't never had a problem with that. And it's like, well, you're not an ugly motherfucker. This is that. I said, yeah, but I'm also rigid. I'm also rigid in the way that I talk. They sit and fucking listen to me. You know what I'm saying? Like the God is already in you. And that's the type of shit that I be talking about. They said, you not like Sir said, fucking Ism told me, you not MGTOW, you MACTOW, this, that, and the third. I'm like, nigga, I'm MGTOW because the philosophy lies in me. But I do know about game. I do have game. The thing is, I'm not preaching it or teaching it like you guys do.
Yeah, so they
You know
teach
what I'm
you.
Yeah,
saying? And that's the fucking
I don't do that.
difference.
I don't do
see,
that.
it's like the ones who have game don't talk about it.
They keep it quiet. Yeah.
Yeah, like they keep it on the hush.
And
Like
same with tricking. You ain't supposed to talk about it. They both keep it on quiet. Both of them are discreet. It's street code and all that. That's why I don't talk about that stuff on YouTube like that. I try to stay away. It's bad enough because you got a bunch of squares talking about it. You know what I mean? Squares is the only ones that talk about it online. That's what they will look at. They say these guys are square. Yeah, I
But
ain't saying.
everybody's a square.
Yeah,
have
everybody's square degree. I'm one myself.
yeah.
I
I
get
mean,
that.
it's not. I mean, the thing is, it's not hard attracting females. That's not hard.
Yeah, it's
No,
Like I
it's
said,
cool.
not.
Especially now.
especially now.
Yeah,
Listen,
like
listen. You know how many short dudes I know that got all the chicks. Yo, when I was in high school, man, it was the short dudes that I was getting some of the baddest chicks, man. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Mhm.
And
Especially,
the nerds.
yeah.
yeah,
Especially, yo, think about it. Yo, when I was going to high school, like in the early 2000s, that's when Lil Bow Wow was hot. So
yeah. What
it was
year you
like if you
graduated?
what happened?
What year you graduated?
I graduated 2003.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, all
I
right.
graduated 2000. So around that time, like a little before that time, like around 2000, 2001, a rapper Lil Bow Wow, he was the hottest thing. So what it is that short guys with the cornrows. That's what a lot of females attracted to, and I saw them pulling out some bad chicks when I where I went to high school too. There was some bad females over there, boy. Yeah,
Yeah,
but what I'm but ultimately what I'm saying is that it's not a hard attracting a female.
it's
It's not
not.
hard. It's not. So I don't get it with a lot of guys in this space trying to make it seem as if it's so difficult to get females to be attracted to you. See,
Yeah,
what I
they,
find to be difficult is a female who is actually worth keeping. That's what's hard.
mm,
Hard finding a female who's
yeah,
worth keeping.
It's the
It's
quality.
hard to find a yes,
yeah,
it's hard to find a quality female who is truly wife material that you can actually have a sustainable and long-term healthy relationship with. That's hard to find. But to attract a female, that's just easy. The fuck? Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, man. Like you know what I mean? Like it's
Nigga,
it's not an algebra problem. Let's put it that way. It's not algebra. You
yeah.
know what I mean? You
Mo-
be damned if you walk to, you be damned if you don't.
Yeah. Motherfucker, you know how many times I go out in public and females just stare at me? And I'm not a supermodel. I'm not no Tyson Beckford, you know what I'm saying? I'm not a you know what I'm saying? But they just come out, stare at me. It's like it's not hard. I don't get this
Yeah.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like I said, I'm 5'8", but my dreads are like past my ass. First thing they see is the dreads, you
Oh
know.
yeah.
And I'm not one of them little. And people be like, "Oh, well, 5'8", you're short." And I'm like, 5'8's like standard average height, whatever. You got motherfuckers who are 5'10" complaining. I'm like, I don't remember the height thing being a big thing when I was in school, and I graduated in '93 up until probably maybe 9-10 years ago. Somehow the height thing became an issue, and I'm like, yo, all that shit is what you guys would say is cap, right?
Mhm.
Because how is it that I'm 5'8", still get chicks, taller chicks at that? You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
And then you could be 6 feet and complain about you being short, or 5'10", complain about you being short, and you can't get no chicks. I'm like, if you're not about anything, and like, even though I'm not with relationships, like the girls that I be with, they understand. Like, everybody says, okay, you're pump and dump, or you're this and that, and it's like, I'm a bachelor, man. Everybody knows where certain words came from, or certain terms came from, right?
yeah,
The thing is, they know I don't want to get married to have kids, so that's my contract with them. once you start to change my contract, you want to renege on it, then hey, you can go your merry way. It doesn't hurt me at all. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Because I'm not in it for that. But companionship and shit like that, I ain't got a problem with that.
yeah, man.
So I'll lose out every now and again, and the chicks that I get, they're not jump offs like that either. Like, yeah, in between certain times, like they still quality chicks. They just
Yeah,
know that I don't want to be fucking married. So either they with it or they ain't, and I ain't gonna always win. And that's the sacrifice that I had to make. You know what I mean? Like
mhm.
not wanting to be married. And I've had relationships before. I've lived with two females, one with kids and one without kids. So I tell people that too. I said, I just know I'm not about that. I'm not about that. I can't do it.
Hell
Mm.
yeah, I know that with new been I could tell new been in situations where he told from the get that he don't want to get married, but yet got that chick that trying to change him, trying to
Mm-hmm.
change your mind. I know.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they're out
I've
Yeah.
there.
I've been there.
Hmm.
Listen, man, I've had females ever since in my 20s that tried to damn get me locked down and married. You know what I'm saying? I I, I
Mm.
had a female so thirsty for me. She said, "Fuck it, we could do a city hall marriage. Grab your driver's license and your social security card. Go to the city hall." I'm like, "Fuck no," you know.
Their
It's like,
version of like nigga, like take them
it's like,
drugs off. Like what?
uh,
Huh?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But, but it's like, and it's like, okay, you got the males in this space who complain about the height thing, how females have this so-called height requirement, right?
Hmm.
Anybody that know females know that dumb bitches don't know what the fuck they want. They could
Yeah.
they'll turn around and say, I want a guy who's 6'3" and up. If you under 6'3", I don't want you. And they turn around, you see them walking, holding hands with new. You know what I'm saying? you
Hey,
know?
I take
Yeah.
her.
Hell yeah.
I had a chick that was like, yeah, I'm 5'2", but I want my guy to be like 5'10" and up because I wear heels. I'm like, but you're taking those heels off when we get to the crib. What does it matter? Oh well, so they use the talking point of, well, I want to feel protected. I want to look up to my guy. I'm like, you're 5'2". Anybody who's 5'4" and above is taller than you already. And don't think that because I grew up fighting, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm all about that. Like I'm not a hypocrite shit. You know what I mean? So my
Yeah.
thing is like I done knocked out plenty of tall ass niggas. You know what I mean? Like I said, you do know tall niggas get knocked down the hardest, right? Because they got a long way to go. You know what
Mhm.
I'm saying? so it's just weird to me, but I've never, and like I said, yeah, okay, I'm 46. I think I'm probably like 10 years, younger looking. My voice don't sound like I'm 46 and I don't look 46. So that might be something there, but I'm like, yo, man, yeah, a lot of it is looks, but a lot of it is how you portray yourself. You know what
Mhm.
I'm saying? So whether you want to call it swag, um, if you got something going by yourself, going for yourself, and the way you carry yourself, man, that'll get you everywhere.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
plenty of motherfucking ugly ass dudes out here, black, white, Chinese, in Vegas that got some banging ass bras.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So don't sit up there and tell me, oh, it's about this, it's about that. Nah, you just ain't shit.
Right, right.
Yeah. You,
Yeah.
You,
you niggas just don't try.
Yeah.
yeah, a lot of females don't know what they want. Check
They
this out,
don't.
right? I'm kind
Mhm.
of like, you know how many times so-called black female they come across me talking about, I like them chocolate brothers. I'm like them
Mhm.
chocolate brothers. Now you guys saw my face before. I don't know if Rashawn ever did. I'm not the most. I ain't no high yellow brother, but I ain't the darkest brother around, right?
Same here.
Man,
I think you
man,
like me, Wacky.
yeah. We like the
I
same,
concur.
yeah. And guess what? And guess what? And them, I want the chocolate brother broads. Man, listen, I got them like the snap of a finger. Man, please. They don't know what they want. Listen, with most females, I'm not gonna say every single female don't know what they want, but most females, whatever stance that they have, as long as you know how to say the right thing to them, you how to sweep them off their feet, they're yours. You could be a ugly.
Mhm.
Listen, you could be some flavor looking motherfucker. If
Yeah.
you know how to say the right things to them, they're yours.
Man, like crispy taco is still getting hoes. You know. And see, that's the whole
Yeah,
thing. Like people around here think that they divide. First of all, you had to split. I'm kind of going somewhere with this. You had to split from the manosphere to Negro manosphere to Black manosphere. Now you have a game sector, a non-game sector, and then it's like they're going at each other. And the non-game guys or the game guys think that the non-game guys are anti-game. And it's like, no, a lot of them you don't really realize they're not anti-game. The only one who said that who didn't believe in, I think, game was what MOT or something like that.
yeah,
Well, I'm like, no, I believe in game because I believe in knowledge, but I don't believe in game the way these guys will, quote unquote, teach game.
exactly.
Because when I hear game and I
POA.
hear yeah, POA style, I hear a lot of them talking like, well, all you have to do is be this, be this, be this. I'm like, okay, so you still have to be everything for her. And I don't get me wrong, you do have to be something. But if you
Yeah,
put yourself out there to have certain things to be for the woman, then you're just really doing that for her. You're not doing it for you. That's the game
yeah,
that I don't really do. And I ain't gonna say all the game guys are like that because I know a few of them, but the majority of just game in general, that's what that's about. So
mm,
when I talk about it, I'm coming from a whole realistic standpoint. Like, yo, you got to find what's in you. You know what I mean? To be attractive, dog. It's highlighting your attributes of every part of your life. You can't do it for her. You have to do it for you, and
yeah,
she'll
man.
see that shit.
Like it's no different. Like, all right, like it's Friday or Saturday night. You had a long week at work. Now it's time to head out to the streets. You know, and you going to a club and shit. Like, and most of these niggas like just go to the club for the for the females. But
Hmm.
it's like not you don't they don't go out to the club like just to enjoy themselves and to relax. Like you see that the women go to be there. It's just like, bro, just have and just enjoy yourself, bro.
Yeah,
If you see a particular chick that stands out from the crowd of women on the dance floor, pursue that. Like nobody ain't pointing a gun at your head.
right.
Like
You know how I would get girls at the club. To be honest
how?
with you,
Uh-huh.
because I grew up dancing, right? And even out here in Vegas, I was still dancing. Even now, I have one on my channel that I was dancing when Complex sent me some music, right? And I
Mm,
uploaded that shit on my channel. But so when I was a dancer out here, I was in a crew. We used to perform at the Hard Rock and shit like that. Like I didn't go to clubs for girls. I wanted to fucking bust out some moves and practice with the crew and shit like that. But when chicks look at a dude who can dance, they associate that with fucking. But
yeah,
I never went to the club to go pick up chicks before. I never really did that. That was never even my style. But
yeah,
I would probably go home. Maybe when I go to clubs, I wouldn't even pick up a chick every night, dog. I would pretty much just go home.
mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean? Like after when them lights come on, man, like you just thinking about getting something to eat and just catching the next train back home, like or even driving with your homies back home. Like,
Yeah. I mean, I got numbers and shit, but I wasn't always going home with the chick because that wasn't my intent. If it happened, it happened. I wasn't out there trying to, go into Mac mode and shit all the time at the damn club. But
yeah,
I mean, shit happened. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong, but my intent was never to do that because if that was happen, think about, especially back in my time, man, where, oh, yo, you want a drink? Can I buy you a drink? Can you do this? Man, I ain't buying you no fucking drink. I ain't never been like that before.
Hmm. Like I've never been. I never been like an avid. I never been a person who, often visit clubs. I've been there every once in a while when I'm with a group of friends of mine, or when I'm with like my cousins, and they want
mm,
to go. They want to go out as a group. Then we go out and we go clubbing as a group. We just enjoy ourselves. And my whole intent was to just have fun and just enjoy the moment. We hanging out, we having fun, we dancing, we chilling. That's the few times that I went to the clubs, because like I said, I don't really go to the club that much. Never, it was never really much my style. But the few times I went there, that was my intent, to enjoy my time with my buddies or with my cousins that I would hang out with. And so my primary goal is not to go out to the club just to find a female. Nah, like
Nah,
if I
you
it,
go out to the
it's
club to release to unwind, like you know what I mean.
exactly, but
Long day from work.
like exactly like what a what a female is to the club scene is like ketchup on French fries. It's
Right.
not okay.
Yeah,
It's like it's something extra if you want to. That's how I
yeah,
look at it. It's like,
exactly.
okay, let's say you in the club, your primary purpose is to enjoy your time, have fun, whatever, right? But if you
Hmm.
just happen to see a female that you interested in, and you want to go talk to her, you go and talk to her. Whatever happens, happens.
Yeah,
But the primary goal to go to the club is not to look for a female. That's some thirsty shit. Come on.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Hey,
You- yeah.
hey,
Yo,
y'all
let me
ever
tell
heard the term? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
let me tell you. This is just a brief story. Like I never went to the clubs with none of my friends in my early 20s. No, in my middle 20s, like I went dolo. Just
Mm-hmm.
like you know what I mean? Like I always went dolo like on a Friday or a Saturday night, either going to SOBs or back SOBs or Greenhouse when they were open. But then I would just go there. I would just go there, you know what I mean, just to chill out, you know, get a little twisted, and then you know what I mean, just go back home. And then yeah, maybe, just maybe, I may get a number, or I may spend a night at a chick's house. Who knows? But it was one of those. It was a dope experience, like just to go out by myself instead of going out like with a group of people. Cause like with me, like I hate being pressured. Like especially like they're like, "Yo, son, like go go pursue that." Like, not yet.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Like not yet, not yet, not yet. If she, you know what I mean? Because it's like you gotta see what her vibe is like. If she's looking at your direction, it's like okay, cool. But it's like I'm not going out my way just to see what's up. I came here to chill and enjoy myself, and like you said, what like they're like fries with the ketchup. They're just there. You know what I mean? For your choosing.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. You know,
Hey, y'all ever heard the term strobe light honeys?
No, sir.
nah, I never heard
You
that.
you remember that group Black Sheep? Who's
Yes.
the
Yeah.
Black Sheep? Okay, so they had a song called Strobe Light Honeys, right? So when
Uh-huh.
you in a club, they got the dim lights, but the strobe lights and all that, right? So a lot
Right,
of
right.
times, just if a chick wasn't fat, she kind of looked good because of dim lights, her makeup, and then the
Uh
strobe lights, right? So the
yeah,
strobe light honey meant basically that when a club was closed and the lights came on, or you went outside, you could really see what they look like, and you was like,
yeah.
"Damn, I thought that bitch looked good, but she was a straight up strobe light honey." You know what I'm saying? So I be telling people that type of shit. That's why I was never persistent on going to the club and just hollering at every chick. I'm like, yo, and plus the game that I actually just give dudes, I'm like, look, I'm a tourist, so I'm already quiet. And my game is pretty much the quiet game. I
Yeah.
go, I go out here, sit at a bar, I'm quiet. I'm kind of like dark, intriguing. I let bitches talk. Oh yeah,
Hmm.
word. Oh, I like that. Yeah, give 3 words, dog. Like every time, you know what I'm saying? Or the ignore game. Like when I used to go to the mall when I was younger, I would ask dudes now, like in this space, like, yo, the most time chicks flock to you is when you have a girl. because most guys ain't looking around. They ain't doing this. They ain't looking thirsty, right? I said, just
Yeah.
pretend like you have a girl and don't be looking
Yeah.
around. When chicks see that shit, they're like, yeah, this nigga got a girl. I'm going to holler. You know what I'm saying? Like something like that. That's the only time I really like give out any type of game like that. It's just like, yo, be for yourself. You know what I'm
Yeah, man.
saying? Be for
Mhm.
yourself, dog. Like you come first. If you don't make yourself come first, you're gonna look thirsty as shit. You might as well just carry around
Word.
a,
Yo,
a bottle that says I'm thirsty.
like I like I could tell you, like, when I was like in my in my teens, like I used to hang out with my school friends, and we would always chill at the mall. They would always try to like chase women. Now in my gut feeling, I'm like, nah. I mean, you could go ahead, but I'm just chill. I'm just chill right here. Or like I'm gonna be at the game store. Like, let me know when y'all ready.
Yeah, there's like a fine line between like just the chase and the
Mm-hmm.
hunt, and then the chase or hunt as far as like the thirsty style. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of guys like kind of chase out of thirst instead of
Yeah,
just like, yo, I'm gonna try to chill with homegirl. Or you supposed to get a lot of chicks, man. That's always been my motto. Cause I've just always been like that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Kind of like a lion. Like I'm gonna go out there and hunt, but I'm not gonna be the thirsty type of hunter.
yeah.
You know, I'm not gonna just shoot out every moving target.
Thank you. Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Exactly. See, like when it comes to uh, uh pursuing the opposite sex, people got to realize that there it has to be the right moment to do that.
Yeah,
It's a
it has
right
to be the right
moment,
time.
a right timing, and the right vibe. So, like when it comes to going to a mall, let's just say, like I'll just take that going to a mall. I mean, if you're going on there, of course, a lot of females there, they looking to go shopping, hang out with their girls, do some, do some female shit, right?
Yeah,
And it's like if you're in the mall, it has to be a right moment within the mall where you know it's the proper time to go and pursue the female. The
yeah,
cheesy signals, the females giving you a certain vibe. There's a right time and place, and a lot of males don't realize that, and a lot of males just go off the hanger and just go and just trying to highlight everything out there. I'm like, that's not how you
right.
do that, man. There has to be a moment in time.
That,
Right, right.
You know, like you
that
could,
is the true
you could
definition.
hunt. Yeah, you could hunt, right? Oh, I'm sorry for a minute. You could hunt. Like I agree with New. You could hunt and pursue as many females as you want to, or you know what I'm saying. But it still has to be a right moment to do
Yeah,
that. But
yeah. Like, it has to be the right moment. You know what I mean? And it's and and number one, you it's like how you feel about it. Like, do you pursue it or do you not? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not rocket science.
that's
Like,
correct.
Right.
it's
because
not
because
fucking
because
rocket science.
like back in my days, we used to go to the mall to hang out, right? So, of course, you had a little paper and pencil or pen, whatever. Like, yo, who get the most numbers type shit, play those type of games. But I had a homie that he was short, a little shorter than me, and he wasn't an ugly motherfucker. Now, he used to get chicks, but he was the dude that hollered at every chick. And I'm like, yo, every girl watches you, right? Whether you know it or not. So when you approach one after the other, they were like, oh yeah, you was trying to talk to homegirl. You was trying to talk to homegirl. And he would have like one or two numbers, and I have like seven numbers in my pocket. You know what I'm saying? He's like,
Wow.
these chicks she come up to you. I'm like, dog, because you hollering at everybody. Like if
Yeah.
Yeah,
if the if the chicks see the chicks coming to you, they be like, yeah, this nigga got it going on. You know what I'm saying? But if they
Well,
see you going after every girl you look, that's why I was saying the hunting with the thirst as a hunting without thirst. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like you gotta separate that shit, man. I mean, like, yeah, go out and get chicks, dude. Like, yeah, try, get shot down. Like, I don't care about all that shit. But if you just holler at every single chick you see, dude, like, you're gonna lose.
Yeah. Terribly. You're gonna lose.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
how could y'all be anti-game when you're discussing game right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a lot of
Like, oh
hypocrisy. Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Yo, thank you, New. Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. I'm like, how y'all? I'm like, these fucking idiots. Like,
Man, I'll be going over there to the quote unquote, and I'm saying quote unquote because I don't like the divide, man. I really don't. Kind of
It's
fucks me up, man. When people start doing the whole division shit, but like new man, you be over zeros and eight guys, you anti-game shit. I'm like, nigga, I'm Gen X. How can I be anti-game, bro? The thing is, I'm just not like you guys. I'm not the outspoken quote unquote game guy. I can probably be giving y'all game, you don't even fucking know it. You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
I
With
think I
the
think my very first live Ism came to my panel and we chopped it up for like 10, 15 minutes.
Okay.
I've been on Ism's panel a couple times.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I started getting on his panel.
it's
Yeah.
see the thing is that like you guys were saying a while ago, the problem is a lot of people that come on this stream, not this stream, but come on YouTube and talk about game.
Mm-hmm.
Really, it game. It's see game. The way they talk about it is just a way to attract females who are whores, based
Exactly.
on the way,
Exactly.
based on how
Yeah.
they talking about what they talking about.
Yeah.
It's a way to attract females who are whores. And if that's what they into, that's what they into.
That's their
But
business. Yeah.
but as far as knowing how to socialize with a female, knowing how to you know uh uh, have sit down and have a decent conversation with the opposite sex, and you know have them interested in you and to keep their interest. Most men know how to do that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Mm,
Once you turn to a certain age, most men know how to do that. But it's just
Mhm.
that when you got, this, shout out to MOT when he say 50-year-old fuck nigga, you know, talking this, you know, giving his over exaggerated view of game. It's like, man, please, you look like a degenerate, and you just make older black males look as degenerate as you when you talk about you bitch broke and all that. Come on, man, get out of here. It's it's how they talk about it, and but just being able to socialize with the opposite sex. I mean, most males should know how to do it after they turn a certain age. I mean, you should experience doing that when you're going to school and you talking to girls. You trying to shoot your shot with a girl. And over time, you should be able to know how to socialize with the opposite sex and know what to say to have her interested and to keep her interested in you. Yeah,
yeah.
but
Mm-hmm.
that, but then again,
Yeah.
there's a. I'm sorry to be long winded, but
Go
there's
ahead,
like,
go ahead.
but there's also a thing that these game dudes don't talk about. There's something called substance. There's a substance that factors in. There's standards that factors in. There's values that factors in when it comes, you know, when it comes to the type of female that a man chooses. And they don't talk, and these game dudes don't talk about that. They just give this thing
Mm,
about,
yeah.
just have quote unquote game, and you'll get all the vagina that you want, and all that other dumb shit. Man, get out of here. You know, yeah. Look, y'all got the floor. I'm done. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
Um,
it's typical of them to talk like that. It's like a little entertainment. I don't take none of their stuff seriously. I just kind of laugh. Like people gonna take it how they want it, and that's that PUA talk, and they just try to mix it in with they little old rehash, outdated '80s or 70s type game, but that stuff is outdated, man. But it's sad that the young people have to look at it like the millennials are alpha. Like, dude, you can't be listening to these dudes. It's just entertainment. I don't take these dudes serious. In the real world,
Lightly.
you probably wouldn't see them. You know what I mean? And I agree with a certain individual. He said that on a panel this morning. Like, yeah, you ain't gonna be like that in the real world because that's your business. We don't know these people like that. It's just
Yeah.
that's how
I
it
will
is.
give you guys a little pushback though. When they do say that the game hasn't changed, only the people in the game, I would say that's pretty much true, because female nature hasn't changed. It's the outside appearance that has changed because of technology, right?
Yeah.
So I will agree to that. So a lot of these guys don't know what to do because feminism has fucking destroyed a lot of things. So a lot of the guys who are coming up who want to know how to get chicks, the older ones, didn't have to deal with that shit. So when you just say, yeah, just have game. Well, are you helping them know how to have game for life? To make them shine. You see what I'm saying? Like when I say shine, I mean adding your light, your knowledge of self. You know what I'm saying? Your wise words, ways, and actions. You know what I'm saying? This is when I jump into 5% shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I've always said that shit. Like, yeah, I don't disbelieve in game because I know, knowing nature about the world is a part of game in general. But who you are and the way that you move and groove, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna attract people in general. So if you are if you have a certain type of character, people gonna see that, and then chicks are inherently gonna see that, on the back end. So you got to be worth your own salt before you could be worth something, something to someone else. Unfortunately, and a lot of these guys don't fucking have that. They want mediocre medals. Hey, I'm here, medals and trophies. It's like you ain't really doing shit.
Yeah, you ain't putting in the work. It's like the fuck you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm about to shut this down. Any last words?
Nah. I seen.
Yeah,
I
I
said
got.
what I had to say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got one last word. I got a screenshot if you don't mind showing it, Sir Yahoo.
Interesting.
I haven't figured out StreamYards and sharing screens, man.
Yeah, it takes a minute, but this is
Oh
this is
yeah,
some
that's
of
my
these people on
favorite.
YouTube talking about game. Yeah,
That's my
I
favorite
got
shit
it
right
on mute
there.
because I don't want
Fair use. Yeah. Fair use.
yeah, fair use.
That's my shit right there, dog.
I I remember this episode. This is when Gina had the boot on the car, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember this
yeah,
episode.
yeah. This
that
is
nigga came with the
this
spin.
is this is that 50-year-old fuck nigga. This is that 50-year-old fuck nigga.
Jerome in the house.
Yeah, yeah. That's him. That's
I
him.
said, what?
Get on. Okay,
In
I'm
your
done.
mouth.
Get on my
Watch him
nerves.
out. Bring it on
Yeah,
down.
Yeah.
break it on down. The number one player from
From the
the
Himalayas.
Himalaya.
Yeah.
Oh man,
That was
right there.
classic when he
Yeah.
said that shit.
I used to have
That
them
was
all
classic.
taped, Wacky. I used
Yeah.
to tape in
Oh
living
yeah.
color, and I used to tape Martin.
Oh
And my
yeah.
mom's
Yeah.
did some bitch ass shit and erased them and put some old ballerina type shit on it, some ballet shit on them.
Oh,
Oh man.
I was
damn.
pissed.
Damn.
I was pissed.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's
You know.
Yeah,
disrespectful.
I
Yeah.
was pissed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. I have every episode of Martin. I have every episode. I love that. Oh man, I grew up on
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
did.
man.
Oh, damn, puppy.
Yeah. Yeah. But this was a great stream. Thank you for Yahoo for inviting me in here, and
Not a problem. You're
Shabanunu.
always welcome. Yeah,
Yeah, thank you,
Yeah,
thank you.
it was a pleasure.
Shabanunu,
Thank you, sir.
Rashawn the Oni. It was
not
great
a
speaking
problem.
with y'all.
All right,
Thank
So,
Wacky.
you.
all right, yeah,
Peace,
have a good
Wacky.
night.
All right, peace
Peace,
and shalom, Wacky.
shalom, shalom.
I guess I'd have to say, man, having knowledge of self will take you everywhere. If you don't have knowledge of self, you won't get anywhere. Um, I guess they could take it like that, and you cipher that out yourself. And that's all I got to say.
All right.
I
Peace.
actually do have something to say.
Okay.
Always remember, control your ego, but never let your ego control you.
That's
You
cool,
know?
man. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. And y'all
Mhm.
have a good night, gentlemen.
You too,
Oh,
man.
you too,
Thank
man.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
Always welcome. Yeah.
Peace.
Peace.
I'm glad you stayed up.
Yeah, man. It's just, I was trying to knock this stream out. I thought it was gonna be like a 2 or 3 hour stream with this topic, but then we
Uh-huh.
delve into something else. It was okay, but I'm glad you came, man. But I'll
Yeah,
come to
me
your
too.
stream. Yeah, man.
Well,
Yeah.
because I like talking about nihilism. And of
Yeah,
course, the
yeah,
more
yeah,
the more guys you get on the panel, conversation is going to go a lot of ways.
yeah.
You know what I
I
mean? But
try to do something different, man. Despite relationships, it's the circle jerk of it. People be staying in one mode. I'm like, nah, I'm good, man.
right, yeah,
Yeah. And
yeah.
to me, I use Kuda as just entertainment. I don't really entertain the game stuff because I know what he's trying to do, but I know he's trying to do the tech stuff, trying to get away from. I said, just do it, man. Just lead them niggas on me. I try to tell him, like,
Well, the thing is, you have to be a tech channel to call yourself a tech channel.
yeah, if
I have nothing against CUDA at all. I did see
yeah,
the split, whether nobody wants to believe the way it split.
yeah,
I was there when it split, and I wasn't there in all the streams, but I saw what was going on. And
yeah,
I've already talked about this before, but hey, that's the business, man. There's
yeah,
never going to be no kumbaya shit, but
yeah.
at the same time, if you can't get along on YouTube, man, how you talking about the black community type shit? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like this shit don't.
I stay away from community talk. I'm like, I'm good, dog.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen a couple of your videos when you uploaded them.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to be different than the other two. Instead of talking about women all the time. See, women, they already got enough clout. They got 10 billion. They got the gear and stuff. He was saying, I'm trying to stay away from that. I see how they act on panels. So I was like, I'm good. They don't even
Right,
like my ass on here. I'm great.
right, right. Well, I mean, a lot of people, like I said, they don't like the way I talk, but they like the way I talk. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man.
You know, I mean, I know a couple of chicks around here that I'm cool with. They're like, yeah, you be sounding so rigid and negative, but like, I don't know, it's like you cool. You know what I mean? Like, I remember going on Kuda's panel the first time and damn near cursed everybody out. You know what I'm saying? but talking to her like, yeah, you was on that oil, whatever. Like, I think I cursed out Mahogany Roots, and I apologized to her
Yeah.
in another chat. It's like, yeah, I was
Almost
on that oil.
I almost got in an argument with Sister George, but the stuff she was saying was BS. I know it's on both sides, but one person in particular made it an issue about it because he was cool with Cuda to like Lash, and they were bigging him up, and it was like 2 or 3 people. Don't get me started, man. They was all cool with him. To me, it's like a little ploy. He does some little underhand, so I ain't gonna. It's petty, but I understand where he's coming from. He comes from the music world and the gear and stuff. A lot of people ain't gonna like that. I know it's like the LeBron effect because since they're Capricorns, they're tricky. Like
Yeah,
their sign.
well, Capricorns are petty, and he says it
Yeah,
all the time. You know what
huh.
I'm saying? But I
And he's
think
honest
everybody's
about it.
petty. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm petty to some degree. And I told him, yeah, he said, please don't drag me in that mess with them too, because what they do is they get super emotional. Like I try to stay away. I just try to troll and have fun, instead of just being knowledge, you just be well balanced, man.
yeah.
I'm
Well,
learning to do that on purpose. Yeah.
we're both Tauruses.
Yeah.
well, at least I know that I hold
Yeah.
grudges, but
I
if
hold
I've
grudges
never
too.
said if
Yeah.
I've never said that I don't like you, and
Yeah.
I would let people know if I don't like them or not. If I never said I don't like you, then just know that I'm cool. I'm
I'm
cool
cool.
with you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And cool
I
could
tell
be a vague. It could be a vague statement, but just know that I'm cool with you. Like I can
Yeah.
tolerate you. You
Hmm.
know, that doesn't mean that I don't like you. Doesn't mean I ain't gonna talk to you on a panel or talk to you in a
Yeah.
chat if you at me or
Yeah.
whatever like that. Like I'm good until
Yeah.
you really like cross me. And the horn's gonna come out. I'm a true fucking Taurus, dog. I stand by that shit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm saying here. I hold grudges. I can be very what they say possessive. That's normal, especially like in the lucky numbers, what they call them hierophants. I just look
Hmm.
research that. That's like they are calm on panels. The ones that's not like Gino and Arta Itmore, they show their horns all the time. I try to tell them I don't do that. I just let people just hurt themselves before if I ever get to that point. And I never show aggression on there. I can be aggressive in real life. Don't get me wrong. I ain't soft. I'm far from that. So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
No, I agree. Like I try to not to be too well. Not that I don't. I'm just being myself. That's all. Like I'm
yeah,
not gonna fake the
yeah,
fun.
yeah,
I'm just gonna give you the same energy you give me. That's
yeah,
all.
yeah.
You know, if you can't take the heat, get out of my kitchen.
The kitchen, yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
But other than
yeah,
that, man, good fucking stream, bro. I'm glad I
yeah,
came up. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
I'm glad we all came up on the panel.
yeah, yeah.
You know.
This one's going to be the one I'm going to remember. Probably watch it on the replay, but yeah. But take care, man. I
All
gotta
right, you
check.
too, big dog. And I
All
did
right.
get your email, so um I was gonna do a couple of lives, but like I said, I'm kind of lazy. So
Yeah,
I'll see what happens.
yeah, yeah.
I'll see what happens.
All right, then.
But yeah, man, I appreciate you, big dog.
Not a problem, man. You're welcome anytime.
All right,
All right, peace.
later.
Yeah, man. I just want to thank Perfect Time and Gabe A, Wacky World of Old, and Rashawn Daani and Shaka Nulu, aka New. Appreciate the great stream. And yes, we covered the topic of Stoicism and Cynicism on the topic earlier in the hour, and then it went 4 hours and 42 seconds and 37 seconds. Brownsburg, shouts at you coming by. We here, and Absalom Pianki. And with that, I want to say peace and shalom.